gon' jump, it's the weekend. You done come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's not offense. It me change, you let me preaching. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop ins. So they don't buy, and I say, so they don't buy, you the kid play, baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember that we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pill that we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't cool. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Pop it, baby. Come roll with me. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. It's the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Profit the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites.
All night long. What it do? What it do, YouTube? You see this here? This is a waste. This is a waste. I might make it down to here, maybe. It's just a waste. But welcome to the post-work chef. Yes. Corporate America has snatched me back into reality. So, hence the get up. I was on a Conversation with King show earlier. Popped in. Had the blazer on. Had to take it off. You see this right here? Watch this. I'm sharing this moment with y'all. About to share this moment. Look at this moment. The fellas understand that moment that I did. Just popping open the button. You understand what that moment is. Watch this. That's the equivalent of when our flowers that are well endowed, that moment when you first pop that bra off. You know, you get the bra off and then that feeling that y'all get when you take the bra off and then you get to breathe. That's us when we take the tie off and pop a button open. So there you go. But yeah, man, welcome to Chef's Pop-Up Shop. I always tell you, I keep y'all folks as part of the motivation for this thing I got going on here. Do you know how I came up with the idea with the pop-up shop? Right now it's 12:10 a.m. I think I came up with the idea around maybe 11:28 a.m. when I was on the phone with Victor Freeze, and I was talking about how, yeah, I ain't doing nothing tonight. Look where I am. Yeah, man. So I'm here with you guys. Am I addicted to the process? I don't know. Am I addicted to you? Never know. Maybe so. But I'm enjoying the ride. I am enjoying the ride. I got somebody waiting in the back room, but before we do that, I always got to make sure that we start off with love, because sometimes the mind can supersede the heart. Here we go. Danique Anthony. Danique Anthony. Editor, visualist, filmographer, everything you can think of, to the stars. Even to the, the folks that haven't become stars yet, like myself. This guy is dope. He's not like them companies you go and you pay this, that, and the other to do whatever. No, this is somebody that will call you, listen to you, talk to you. And even when you don't know better, he's going to actually figure out who you are in order to tailor whatever he does to you and whatever you got going on. Am I calling him a genius because he's helping me out? Not at all. Because I see the work, and so do you. So I got to give the king his flowers right now. Danique Anthony, go holler at him, a.k.a. Danique Henry, a.k.a. Danique Valenzuela, depending on if you're in North America or Central America. Moving along. There he goes right there. Ooh, ooh, Boricua. Ooh. Oh, see what? Ooh. Cookie. What up, Jen? Truth. What's going on, family? Knowledge and relationships. Yes, I second that emotion. Get them likes up, baby. All right. Oh, there's some bald dude with a beard and tats. I don't know who he is. Keep it moving. There goes my UK baby. And Wagwan. It's 5 a.m. and I already know, baby, and you there with us. Damn it, I enjoy your love. Beauty is me. Yes, beauty. I want to tell you guys about Beauty is Me. First things first, when I tell you guys that you guys are the ones that move this show, there may be certain structure with our conversations with King Show earlier, but I want to make this an organic place. And you guys help determine what we talk about. And beauty, and I love the fact when you guys challenge me, and it gives me an opportunity to do some more research. And Beauty is Me. That's a brilliant flower. There was a video that I had posted a couple days ago. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? It was one of them, within the last 48 hours. And it was the R. Kelly video. So go to my page. Well, you're on my page, but go take a look. Back up, take a look at the videos and see. The R. Kelly video got a bit of traction, but Beauty is Me had some challenges for, some of the things that were discussed, right? And I see you, and I recognize who you are, and I appreciate you dropping through. And I want you to understand that your feedback was taken, and believe it or not, if you were next to me, I'd kick you in the ass, because you actually took some time out of my day for me to go research some of the info that you gave. So I want you to know you have an impact on this garden flower. Thank you. Kick you in the ass. We don't condone violence now. All right. Here we go. If you go to a chef stream and you don't see this person who's on the screen named Quantum Love, guess what? It's not a chef stream. So you better go make sure you're on the right page if Quantum Love ain't there. Do you understand? All right, we're going to keep it moving. Danique, beauty is me. Quantum, of course. I make you smile. You make me smile too, man. Whenever I see my analytics and it tells me about that point whatever percent that I have in the UK, I know it's only two people, you and Simon. All right, you and Simon Hectic. So I appreciate you. Boom. So now, enough of this, enough of me, enough of the love. We're going to start bringing the Nighthawks on. I didn't think it was going to be a Nighthawk show, but it is nonetheless. Victor Freeze Music. What's going on, big dog?
What's good, my brother?
You, man, you know, we were on the phone and you started laughing at me when I was like, yeah, man. I was like, I think I'm going to go on. You said, you showed you? I was like, yeah, I'm doing the thumbnail now.
Hey, man, when I heard that thumbnail, I said, oh, shit, let me get ready.
Look.
Let me get ready.
I was on the last broadcast. I had I still got my suit on where I just had taken my blazer off.
Mm-hmm.
See, I still got my little button up, you know. But let me bring the other soldiers, bring the other Nighthawk on. We didn't think it was going to be a Nighthawk show, but we on the night. 100 watts.
Yo. What?
He's not on cam, so I'm going to throw my imaginary dreads like him.
They're still fucking with me, huh?
With coconut and peppermint oils.
They're still fucking with me, huh?
Hey, at least for a week.
Right. Good.
It's all good.
Let them know who you are, bro.
What's happening? What it is? I go by the name of 100 Watts, man. I love those that love me. What's good, party people?
What's good? Yes, this is the late night impromptu chef's pop-up shop. I'm gonna bring one of the family through. Always on deck with us.
Shout out to Claire.
What's up, everyone?
M3.
M3.
Intelligent Relationships Channel. What's going on, my brother?
Nothing much, Chef. Hopefully there's no echo going on in my ear. If so, I do apologize. I know my computer
your mic. Uh-oh. Did somebody break into the house and steal some stuff? Because this don't sound like your mic.
No, because I'm using my cell phone, so I'm just trying to make sure there's no double echo.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay. You on Bluetooth?
No, I'm just using the speaker for my phone because I'm already like halfway through Dreamland right now. Though I gotta get ready for work tomorrow, but I wanted to just check in, man, because you you send the invite, and I just wanted to give my support, man, to you. But if you're hearing the echo, I'll leave the room. And
no. You good? It's just what it was normal. I know you got the coach set up. So when I was hearing that, I was like, that don't sound like you. So I was just giving you a heads up to make sure it was sounding crazy, but you using different equipment. That's all, man. You're not doing nothing to the broadcast.
Press 1-2 times if a nigga trying to rob you.
Right. If you disappeared from the broadcast, then you'd be doing something. You feel me?
Yeah.
You a baller? M3? Trying to kick knowledge?
M3. Wait, let me help you out.
Yeah.
His name is M3, but he's driving a BMW M8.
Subtle flex.
You done made him hot.
Man, only one could dream, right?
Hey, you got it. Don't worry, man. Your reality is right around the corner, family. Let me send a special shout out to one of the what I call one of the page subscribers, or not subscribers because I'm not monetized, so I can't have anybody subscribe. But what I call one of the page sponsors, who is Robert Graham. That's right. Mrs. Married, I see you. Thank you for joining. I'm really glad when you pop in. You always hold it down. Level Boy Linsky. Yo.
Yeah, salute to her.
Yep.
Shout out to the chat.
All day. Shout out to the chat. Level Boy Linsky. The safe is not, the vault is not safe unless you're moderating it. Okay, of course I got you, Truth. This is, you already know.
Oh shit, I got hiccups like a
Oh,
mother. Sorry.
I mean, if truth ain't on the show, then this shit is a lie.
Facts, Jack.
Fact, you know, you know. Oh, I know you subscribe. You this is me. I saw it, and I appreciate you, and I thank you for that. Thank you.
Shout out to the 5 of y'all that subscribed to Finesse Visions today. I'm gonna do a shout out video to everybody that's been in so far, man. I love those that love me, man. Y'all rocking with your boy.
Yeah. Make sure that y'all subscribe. Please make sure y'all subscribe to his page, Finesse Visions. It used to be Earning My Stripes podcast, but there was a lot of confusion because Earning My Stripes podcast was actually just one show. So it's almost like naming your network the Cosby Show when there's a lot of other stuff going on. So he did a revamp on the channel, and Earning My Stripes is still there. Pops Knows Best is still there. Okay. It's just now he gave the channel a name. So it's not called Earning My Stripes podcast channel anymore. It's called Finesse Visions. All right.
Oh yes, definitely. You mentioned Pops Knows Best, man. I definitely want y'all to subscribe. Those of y'all that's been tuning in to Pops Knows Best, man. I got my brother in town. We got a nice special edition episode coming up very soon. Got my brother. We about to record tomorrow night, so that should be uploaded very soon. I definitely want y'all to tune into that because we got a
May interrupt
very
you.
nice.
I gotta interrupt you. You may not like the interruption right now, but you will when I get finished. Because it involves also a couple collar pops. For one, the last time, or the episode before last, when Pops Knows Best was on, 100 watts, his channel was still called Earning My Stripes podcast, and he only had about 40.6 followers. Yeah. He is over. Where you at right now? Let him know.
We at 105, baby.
105.
Let's go.
This. Watch this. Within 2 weeks, ladies
How
and
about
gentlemen.
that?
Now, I had to stop him because he was talking to y'all like everybody knows what this thing is, but there was only 40.6 followers before. So I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help it explain it, and then he can clarify me if I'm wrong. Father Pops Knows Best, or Father Knows Best, Pops Knows Best. It's an actual stream with him and his father. Black man and his dad on a podcast, talking about a lot of different things. And in terms of what I've seen from their communication and even the stuff they've shared online as a father and son, it's not just Disney stuff. They're comfortable enough to share some of the bumps and bruises of a black man and his son, or a black son with his black man father. Check this shit out. He was talking about it like, in no disrespect, like it's already out there. Nah, I'm talking about it like it needs to be out there. You feel me? Correct me if I'm wrong, 100 watts, and I'll shut
No. I mean, look, like you said, I'm gonna cut you off, but when I'm done, you gonna understand. Hey, I appreciate you for that. No, for real, because I mean, what you're saying is real. You know, even though the numbers have grown, there is no way to know for sure. You know, who was rocking with the show, who wasn't, who knows about it, who don't. You know what I'm saying? So I do appreciate you for that. But look, man, y'all do need to tune in to Pops Knows Best, man. Y'all need to tune into that because, especially with all the black men that we've had here on this panel, and we all talk about, you know, what we want to be as a father and everything like that, and this show has really been able to provide an opportunity for, like you said, a son and a father be able to sit down and understand some of the disconnect that we had, you know, in terms of when he was raising me. And you know, a lot of us, you know, especially when we hit puberty, we get that point where we want to push back against our parents and stuff like that. So, you know, I get to explain to him what my disconnect was as a child. He gets to explain to me what the disconnect was as, you know, him as a father trying to raise me and the stuff. You know, we've had conversations about things that he wished that he was able to teach me and stuff that I should have received from him. It's an amazing perspective. It's definitely great. A lot of people definitely need to tune in. I want y'all to tune in because I want y'all to be interactive and let us know, like, what's some things that you want to be able to hear a son and a father speak about. What's kind of, some of these questions y'all may have, within your own relationship that we may be able to answer for you, or maybe we've already experienced as well. So, y'all subscribe to Finesse Visions, man. Get interactive. Let us know what's going on, man.
Yeah, definitely subscribe to the channel, man. For real.
No doubt, no doubt. Vic,
So
you
check it
already
out.
showed the love, and you already know we are the soldiers. We are the platoon. We are the army.
Shout out to the truth.
The same way before we go and eat any meal that we have, if you believe in your God, we say that prayer. We say that grace. We soldiers. Every single Army, Navy, Air Force, what is it, National Guard, Marines. There's one position, one MOS that keeps them closer to their God. And what is it called, 100 watts?
That's the
Chaplain.
chaplain.
That's right. And we have Truth is never favored. He is the chaplain of this army. Come with it, Truth. Let's go.
What's going on, brothers?
You.
M3,
What's up,
Wattage,
Truth?
number 7, and the big homie.
Yep,
We're
yep,
going
yep.
on this on the night owl thing. I appreciate you coming in, getting off of work and still dealing out the dishes, chef. Appreciate you, bro.
Man, listen, I appreciate you. I don't know, man. I may be stunting. I'm saying that I'm addicted to this YouTube thing. I don't know. I might be addicted to y'all, man. You know what I'm saying?
I can see.
What's crazy? What's crazy is, you know, a couple days back in, and then seeing this, seeing that, seeing all kind of crazy things, and it's literally, man. I realized. I even hit King up. I was like, yo, man, out of anything, bro, I appreciate you for being there, for giving me a different perspective on seeing the aspects of my purpose. You get what I'm saying? This thing here is building. Folks are saying they trying to holler at me. It takes about 10 months for me to hire 600 people. I pretty much got about 300 in less than 2 months. In around 2 months, man. So it makes me think about a lot of things. It makes me think about, remember when I always talk about your time, getting your time back and working for the man and all of these things. And it's like, yo, when I watch this, I'm saying to myself, I'm having an impact. But the impact that I have is not designed to fit within a corporate construct of what they call M&P, methods and procedures, or methods and policies. I control the shop. I control the dynamic. I control the modus operandi. I control the mode of delivery, the rules of engagement. I can speak clearly, and I can, if I wanted to, I could say, fuck, 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 fuck. Right? But the thing is, I control it. It's somewhat addictive, man. And when I say addictive, it's the level of control. Is it addictive because it's a drug? Nah. It may be
Hey,
more. It may be
hey,
more
chef.
addictive to me. What up?
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'll be right back, man. My signal bad. I'll be right back.
Take your time, bro. You good? Oh, my bad. I didn't even see your private. But is it the fact that it's that, or is it the fact that just it's so different than what I've been used to for a certain amount of time? Who knows? Have I been going through a point where in my life I know I've been doing what's supposed to be the right thing to do? Have I not been taking as many chances as I need to take as a person? This time that I've been rocking with y'all in this, YouTube universe is giving me an opportunity to kind of just build on myself. You know, I talk a lot of stuff to y'all, but in the end, there's other stuff that I do to kind of regulate myself and figure things out, you know. So 48 hours in, I'm not gonna lie, yo, I'm like, I need to get my ass monetized quick. I had the managers that work for me. I had, you know, my staff. They was all excited and everything. Hey, Boss Man's back, yo! All of that. And I'm like, yeah, what up, what up? This, that, the other. You know, you got a couple of new folks that work for me that I ain't never met, and they want to give me a hug. And I'm like, yo, they got that new Omicron shit, man. I don't know, lady. Right. I'm listening, Mrs. Omicron, right? And it's like, they happy to see me, and I'm happy that people are happy to see me. But my dude.
Hey, Chef, the new word is Omarion.
There you go, Omarion. Icebox! Icebox! I'm so cold, I'm so cold. But yo, son, it was crazy. It was like they was happy to see me. I was happy to see them. But I was not happy to see them as boss man, employees. I was happy to see them as people. The dude that would make me laugh from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. You know, the girl would always be on some funny stuff to this, that, and the other. Well, so funny is like, it wasn't about the work that I needed from them. It wasn't about the productivity that they delivered, how far they were in terms of performing, this, that, and the other. What was crazy for me is that I was just happy to talk to them. Me not being in the office, I don't know. Maybe it's made a change. I can guarantee it has. You get what I'm saying? I'm not a young dude, man. I'm not a young dude. And one thing I could say to you is this. I'm not Hollywood. Even though I work in the music industry, I'm behind the scenes guy and I enjoy it. What's funny is what you're watching is you guys, there's people that will rob, cheat, steal, kill, fight, cheat, or I said cheat, do whatever to be able to get to the position that I hold within this large top 7 global company that I'm in. They would fight for it. And right now, I'm trying to see how to make this digital thing work. Interesting. Some people be like, nigga, you crazy. When I have them thoughts, I'd be like, you know what I say to myself? Nigga, you crazy. I do. So trust me, man. Y'all on the adventure with me, and I left somebody in the room. I sincerely apologize. You know what I'm saying?
I was gonna let you know that best in the world's in there.
Listen, if you see one and you don't see the other, it ain't right. It's like meeting with a girl who only got one tit. All right? It ain't no fun. It ain't no fun. So introducing my man, right tit. No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be funny, yo.
Shut up, man. Thank you, family.
Listen, man. Blame it. Listen, any dessert, blame it on Dr. Hennessy. I sincerely apologize.
Hey, Dr. Hennessy. Is that regular Hennessy or is that privilege? What we doing tonight?
XO.
Woo! Okay.
Head rock.
Listen, man, I had to figure something, man. They got me back on the slave ship, yo. What it do, family?
What it do? I'm sorry I couldn't come back on the last go round.
Well, you good.
Thank you. Shout out to everybody. How you doing today? I like the look like you chilling up in there, man. What's going on?
Hey, I'm relaxing, man. You know, I was suited and booted when I first started, but got jumped on a little late. And I know the King show started. It ended a little early, So while I was chilling, I was sitting here like, and I was talking to Vic. I couldn't help it. I literally was like, yo, man, I think I'm gonna go on. You know what? I'm gonna hit you back. Let me do this thumbnail. And it happened like that. So we gonna be doing some 3-4 a.m. Hell nah. Hell nah. But we're gonna be doing something. The good thing is that because of the position that I hold, I don't have to go into the office every single day. So still, I'm still heading to Vegas.
Okay.
Heading to Vegas within the next. I ain't booked a ticket. I was looking for something for the day after tomorrow, but I haven't booked a ticket. But we're gonna spice it up, man. Yeah, I'm gonna be in Vegas. One of the days I may end up logging in because the company I work for, you get a phone, an iPad Pro, and a laptop.
Nice.
No, not nice. Because it's unlimited data, unlimited voice internationally. So if your ass is stuck in the mountains of Haiti, you got some shit to connect. But it's not nice. When you reach a certain point within certain corporate structures, they take care of you and they feed you, but you're technically tethered. You're connected. So
at all times. Word. Vic, what's good, man? My man Vic,
What's good with it, Mr. Best?
What's going on? No, my man, I heard my man Truth earlier. Truth, what up? Know what I mean?
What up, Brody?
What's going on? See Loverboy Linsky in the comments. What's up, man? Definitely, I see him up in there.
It's my soldier. Oh, I'm sitting here talking, sipping, and I'm not putting stuff on the screen like I'm supposed to. Yeah, go ahead, fellas. Show your love, man. I'm gonna keep putting this stuff in. JB is here.
Hey, you
What
fine.
up, JB? Talk about safety for it. You laughing?
Hey, man.
JB's Haitian, so when you hear
I
me
was about
say,
to say, whatever happened? Why y'all be going so hard on JB, man? Whatever happened, man?
Nah, JB, that's a little Haitian. JB literally grew up around the corner and 2 blocks up from me in Brooklyn. You know what I mean? I didn't know him, but when he said where he was at, I know he's literally down to the block. You get me? So, he's certified. My man. I said, sac passe, tic frère. Sac passe is the Haitian Creole version. Is like saying, what up? What's popping? What's going on? Sac is what? Passe. Passe means what's going on. So, and then we say not boule. That means I'm chilling. I'm good.
Chef, when we gonna talk finances, man? Stock market wilding out.
Listen. Let's talk about it. Hold on one second. This looks like some love right here, though. To be honest, you guys give me a better perspective with the conversations and different perspectives on life. You let me be a better teacher in real life. I thank you. Whoa. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that, Miss Married. That was beautiful.
Salute to you, man.
Beautiful. Thank you. And if you're a teacher, I'm just in my mind, in my heart, I'm going to make believe you're a teacher so that it increases the warmth of what you just said. And I'm not playing. Thank you, Mrs. Married.
Yeah, they had a wonderful stream this morning.
Who?
Miss Mary, cause she's the one the blind guy and his wife in their life on their YouTube.
Wait. Hold on. Whoa. And I'm not stopping you to disrespect you. You already know. Mrs. Married has a page?
Yeah, it's called like The Blind Guy, His Wife, and Their Life.
I know there's the blind guy and his wife, right? So
Yeah.
Mrs. Married though, Mrs. Married,
Yeah.
please help me out because I've been sending love and you've been showing me love. I want to know. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. So is she the wife in the blind guy, his wife?
Yes. No, hold on. Let me look on the here. Thank you for the work with you. Yes, that should be her. That's probably like her personal YouTube. But yeah, they both have like a YouTube channel.
So
Um,
she is blind guy, her wife. She's just this is her separate page.
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, actually no. Miss Mary said no. So, okay, so I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I definitely apologize. But there's a person that do go by like Miss Mary, as like their stream name. So I thought
Okay.
this was the same person.
Okay, cool.
So I apologize, Miss
Oh,
Mary.
no. The thing is, I was glad I mean, keep doing that so I make sure that I say, I send love to whoever deserves that love, and I want to make sure that when I'm in a certain vibe too, that I rock with y'all. I went and got some of my comfort food. When I left from the office, I got some comfort food and I was in comfortable vibe. I'm gonna tell y'all, I was out since October 6th, you know, and hadn't been taking any vacations, stuff like that. One of the reasons I hadn't taken vacations where I had so much vacation time and stuff like that over the year 2020, I lost a lot of people. A lot of people. A lot of people due to that disgusting pandemic. People
Mm.
due to other things. People due to stress, co-worker, and things got heavy, man. Things got heavy, and it got to a point where, you know, I didn't see things. I saw things in a different way. I saw things in a different way, and in what it was, as crazy as it is. That's why when I say the way that I look at people and their abilities, I'm not a simp for people, but I know that people's deity, people's inner consciousness, people's levels or degrees of righteousness will make them do things even when they don't think that they was going to do it. It's something that will make them do something special they would have never done before. My boss, and I'm in a great position where I'm at, happened to be a black man, hit me up. I'm telling y'all the story how I met y'all. He was like, yo, I know you've been going through a lot this year. And what's funny is Choupino is my family nickname, but he knows me. He calls me Chef Choupino. He's like, Choupino. He's like, yo, Choupino, I know you went through a lot this year. I see how many times I had to leave on bereavement. Imagine having a bunch of vacation time saved up for the year. And where I'm at, I get 28 days a year. And you have a bunch left because of the times you took off was bereavement. It's crazy. Things started changing. I started changing. The way that I was started changing. The vibe that I was on started changing. One of my coworkers passed. You know how I found out how one of my close coworkers passed? I was driving because my lady, she has two sisters down here, they have children, so literally had a 16-passenger minivan that I was driving because, long story, her sisters don't fly. Right. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that one alone. She gonna tell me why you said that shit. It's all right. I blame it on Dr. Hennessy. So anyway, Drove 16-passenger minivan from Atlanta to Chicago. Touchdown. I touched down in Chicago. Why are we going to Chicago? To bury my lady's grandmas. Touchdown. Find out, get a phone call. One of my close co-workers dropped dead in her kitchen, 9th floor. Husband walked in, saw her laying there. This is not even my blood family. So there was a lot going on. And right now, you call this Chef's Chronicles, Chef sharing, whatever it is, what it is. Blame it on Hennessy, you know. But whatever you know, it's going to be some real shit and it's going to be the truth. My boss, he was like, yo, black man, he said, I know what you do. I know what you got going on. You moved a lot of people. You're very important, but it's important for me that you are okay. We as black men, and I hope we all take this who listen, we as black men, we don't always take care of ourselves. Because a lot of times when we in our purpose and we there being protector, provider, priest, prophet, king of our kingdom, we don't take care of ourselves. And he literally is like, yo, check this out. I'm giving you a departmental leave. Take 30 days, go ahead, yo, just do whatever the fuck you want. You need to get up out of here, but I want you to talk to somebody. So, but he was like, yo, man, literally, he was like, yo, fuck this shit. This shit is gonna run itself without you, yo. If we drop, they're gonna put somebody else in. Go get yourself right. Relax, chill, do whatever the fuck you wanna do. Do some cooking videos, send me some cooking videos, do this, whatever. That's what happened. The work that I've done, I ain't created no millionaires, but I created about maybe, as of like Tuesday, I would say about 1,900,000 theirs. All right. And it was like, yo, I need you to shake this thing off, man. Go take care of you. So I had to leave 30 days and then, you know, I got up on vacation and shit that was saved up. And that's what happened. And that's how I met y'all folks. So, and I'm not just running my mouth, I'm just sharing the stream of consciousness. I was like, I'm gonna do this. King was a dude that he was on the La Peep show. He repped Brooklyn in the way that he repped them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On the day, this is how, let me tell you, on the day that I took my leave, I started my leave. I went, got some food from my favorite restaurant, the Mexican restaurant y'all always seen that you're going to see me and eat black at. And eat my shit. And then I'm just happy to be on my phone. It was like, literally, old ladies upstairs in the house. I'm like, yo! She said, what happened? She runs to come downstairs. King got a show on! King, that was his first stream since the La Peep shit. I subscribed to him when he was on La Peep. I was like, yo, this nigga's on! Boom. Went on and said, what's up? He sent me the stream line, like, yo, log in. That's how I jumped in, and that's how I became a piece of this adventure. October 6th, 2021. For real, for real. And that was how the Four Horsemen became a thing. So, I said all of that to say, man, you know, those of y'all that were a part of the early mix and the ones that are part of the mix now, you actually having a major piece on the evolution of chef, and I thank you for that, because it really got me looking at a different trajectory for the next part of my life journey. Because there was no way, I mean, listen, yo, my 401k is based in a big company stock. It's matched by big company stock. You know what I'm saying? So for me to even think about foregoing some of that stuff, it means that this thing is major. So the only thing that I want y'all to do is to keep being the wonderful rocks, the wonderful flowers, the wonderful essences that you are in here. And then there's also another class of creature. Those of you, some of you, I want y'all to continue being the same motherfucking assholes that you are.
Yeah.
Because then it give me some shit to do. Boom!
Yeah, we need our assholes, man.
Whoa.
Whoa. Speak for yourself. That's
it makes the world go round.
That's a hell of a way to end the soliloquy.
Say we don't want to. That's what we don't want to talk about. That's a tough conversation.
Cause listen, the motherfucker without an asshole, he full of shit.
Every time.
I get it.
But yeah, man. I know I took a minute with that one right there, yo, but it was important, man. I definitely wanted to like keep it real. I don't know how long we'll be on tonight. I'm not trying to be on no super late, man. But you know what I'm saying? This was just me sending my emotional cash app to y'all, because you know, I ain't got money sending y'all niggas. Well, yo,
Chef, you're the perfect intro, Chef. Like, we may have to borrow you for non-relations to do an intro for us, man. Because, like, yo, you set it off, bro, for real.
Nah, I appreciate you, man. I'm blessed, yo. Remember, at this entertainment thing, you know, I was a hype man. I was I would warm up. I instruct on public speaking. You know, if you ever Google the term Toastmasters, I show people how to be able to speak in public. I was an MC. I was in a group. We went on tour with Ice Cube for a good while. I still write. I'm a ghostwriter. So in terms of speaking, I'm comfortable speaking to people. You know, some folks try to get real tight and, hi, my name is Fred. And for me, hi, my name is Fred. And today, we're going to be talking about relaxation within the workplace. The thing is, for me, it's I got to be relaxed. And when I talk about truth is my truth is not making y'all, not me saying what I think that you want to hear or what you're supposed to hear. It's just knowing that if I'm an asshole and I feel a certain way about a particular topic, I'm either going to speak on it or shut up. I'm not going to be vocal. I'm not going to lie about it. Me lying is giving power to someone else. When you lie to somebody, you put yourself, you're building a house of cards. When you tell a lie to a person, you're building a house of cards that each time you see them, you have to tighten those house of cards whenever you see them. When you lie to somebody, you give them control of you in your future. Why? Because every single time you see them after you told that initial lie, you have to continue that lie. You have to say things that tighten that lie up. You know what I'm saying? So, shit, when I talk relaxation, at least you may not like what I say, but you gotta know I'm keeping it real. Real.
Yes, sir.
And we got, listen, normally it's always a sausage / testosterone party in here. but it's always a beautiful mix when we have Queen Forever. 2K1, holla at me, flower.
What up, though, Queen?
Hello,
Hey,
guys.
Queen.
Rock,
Hello.
What up, Queen?
Brick, whatever y'all want to be in the garden.
Oh, word.
What you-
Or whatever we want to be.
Yes. Rock,
Call this one
Stones, or
Brooks.
Brick. Those are your options.
Okay.
How you feeling tonight, Queen?
I'm tired, but I'm good. I'm at work.
What side of town you on?
West Coast.
Bay Area?
Yes, unfortunately.
You see, this is the 415 overload over here.
I despise the Bay Area. I'm trying to get out as soon as possible.
Where you
like
trying
I'm
to head to?
Back east. I feel like I'm in prison out here. I'm good.
You said
there's some discounts for Sprint Airlines right now, 50% off.
Well, my rock leads the way. So I am patiently waiting. I'm patiently waiting for my rock to let us know when it's time to vacate.
Is a rock harder than a brick?
Listen.
Yeah, he ain't no joke. He ain't no joke, Vic. I'm telling you.
Let me tell you. I know how to detect a bullet hidden in a sweet chocolate. Okay. So I know that the rock is not too far from us. I know one of these rocks. I know one of these rocks somewhere around us is like
the
this.
rock is real close, real close.
Shit.
Closer than close.
He might be
Reach out
I'm gonna look for
reach
him in the
out and
comments.
touch him.
You remember
I
the
can
R&B
reach-
song?
I can reach out and touch him.
Ooh. Oh, that sounds like another show now.
Yeah, you sound like another show.
Chef
I
After
don't know,
Dark.
Yeah.
yeah, Queen, relax a little bit, you know what I mean?
Right.
She gonna reach that rock, pick it up, and throw it and bust someone's windows, you know?
Yeah, I mean, wait. She said that. She said that.
I
She
gave
said
up
the
that
rock.
lifestyle. I gave up that lifestyle.
She said the rock is writing touching distance. That sounded intimate. We might have to change this to Chef's Red Shoe Diaries.
No.
I'm finna update the thumbnail now.
Sherelle, what up, Sherelle?
This is definitely a turn night.
Sherelle in here with us, Sherelle.
What up, Sherelle? Loverboy Linsky, what's up? What it do? 100 watts is in the chat.
Hey, Lansky, Ethereum is the lick. That was a good move. Leave it right there.
Say it again.
Ethereum. He said he put 500 on Ethereum. I said leave it right there.
Mm-hmm. When the question is when though?
You can let that ride.
Say it again.
You can let that ride.
No, I know. The question was, did he just put?
When did he? Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
When did he put it on Ethereum? Was my question, right?
Loverboy Linsky, yes, it is a very stressful job. I'm a social worker.
You work for CPS?
I did at one point.
Okay, I see. Linsky said he worked for CPS. You talking about in Jersey? Because I know in New York is ACS. Which one? You worked in Jersey, Linsky? Yeah, he must have worked in Jersey.
Wait, they said like a month ago, or no? He must be responding to someone else.
I can dig it.
He's responding to
100 Watts, what up, man? I see 100 Watts up in here. What up, 100 Watts?
He wasn't here. He's not here now. Oh, he said he was gonna be right back a minute ago.
Yeah. He said, Vic, we gotta do some live trading too. Okay.
Yeah,
that's good. Everybody doing an investment thing.
So
I invested like a couple for sheep.
So what I said, 2020 on the investment side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think I said it on a couple of the other streams. Yep. On May 12th, I put 2,200 into and I had my TD Ameritrade and all of that already in my Fidelity. But I put $200 $2,200 into Robinhood, and literally stuff was moving so well. I wanted to make some other moves, but the thing that I had, it dropped a little. The shares I had dropped a little, so. And as of June 1st, I ended up putting another stack in there. Yeah.
Okay.
I did damn good. 2020, people said that was a crazy year. Yes, there was a lot of death and a lot of unexpected death coming with this nasty pandemic. But yo, what was crazy was financially, it was pretty good. You know, that little $3,200 that I put in, you know, May 12th.
I mean, Trump was trying to make America great again. Y'all wouldn't let him.
That shit, yo.
Yeah.
I mean, right. Listen, that's another show, bro. That's another show. But I did I never put anything else in after that initial 32. And I did. What's crazy is I did around 32K for that year, for 2020. You know,
so we gonna have to talk to you behind scenes, Chef. Me and Sheree be Chicago, because we got something coming up with like a lot of community activists and programs and stuff, especially in the Chicago area, about how to give back and uplift our youth, especially our young Black boys, and encourage our young Black girls to be more than pole dancers.
you mean perpetual college students?
Yes. or against the,
because us in there, we just paying tuition.
Hey, we support single moms.
Tuition outreach.
Yeah.
Like more Oprahs and less Britneys, like Brittany Renners.
I mean,
who knows something about who knows something about high frequency options?
You said high. I know a little bit about options, but you said high frequency options. I never heard that term before.
Binary options.
Binaries.
You might have to elaborate on that part.
My brother knows about that. I don't know about that.
Like I dab into like options though, but I'm not really. There's like certain terms that I'm still learning myself about options, But I mean, it's a quick way to try to get some money if you time to market it right. If you know when to pull in, put your shares in, buy low, sell high.
So the thing is with the high frequency options, what it is, high frequency options, they move at a faster pace than normal, than the regular options where you go and you call your trader, or you go into Robinhood, or you do whatever. It works on the same scale. It may not last long, because if you look at Robinhood, if you have a TD Ameritrade or E-Trade or a different company, with Robinhood, the thing that made them different than the others is that it was free trades. You didn't have to pay $5-10 per trade. How was it possible for them to do that free? Well, there's this thing called PFOF, which stands for Payment for Order Flow. So what is payment for order flow? What does payment for order flow mean? So me, Vic, M3, Queen, Mr. Best in the World, and Truth, each of us right now at the same exact millisecond process a trade. Each of us process a trade for 1,000 shares of Tesla. And at that time, let's say the cost of Tesla was $2,000. And we wanted to buy it, 1,000 shares at $2,000 a piece. Remember, the stocks move. So 1 minute, it's $2,001. Another minute, it's $2,000.50, then 2002, and then $2,001.12. It moves extremely fast. What happens is we all have Robinhood. We hit at the same millisecond 1,000 shares at that point for $2,000. Here's what happens. It goes into the system. Robinhood passes it through Castle, and then they pass it through Ken Griffin's company, Citadel Securities, which is one of the companies that takes their order flow, and their systems move at millisecond speeds. So we're wanting to buy the stock at $2,000. We're wanting to buy the stock when it's at $2,000, and we hit the button when it's at 2,000. But remember, the price flexes. So 3 milliseconds, not a second, 3 milliseconds after we all hit the button, the price drops to $1,998.75. That means it's $1.25 below the price that we said we wanted to buy it. But because they have our order for that stock at 2,000, when that millisecond, when it drops below, they're going to cop it at that low price and then honor our price. And then Vic, who bought 1,000 shares, M3 bought 1,000, Queen bought 1,000, Mr. Best in the World bought 1,000. Okay, Truth bought 1,000. So that's 6,000 shares. They made $1.25 off of each of those motherfucking shares in less than a fraction of a second.
That's scamming at its best, allegedly.
Mr. His, and I'm gonna give you the regular street version. Mr. Best, he's a neighbor. He got a bad leg. He's like, hey, chef, why don't you go and get me some eggs, man? I need you to go to the grocery store, man. Go and get me some eggs. He give me $2. I go to the grocery store, go get him the eggs on the way back. Mrs. Johnson, I live on 1st Street. Mrs. Johnson, 3rd Street, see me. She's like, hey, go and get me some eggs, but she get it from the $3 place. I'm going to give her ass Mr. M3's eggs. That I already got. And I'm going to go get him some new eggs, and I done made $1 in addition to whatever he going to tip me later for going to pick up his eggs. That's what it is. High frequency options works on the same dynamic. Okay, if you guys understand about calls and puts and all of that, you know, I actually have a YouTube Facebook page as well called FDMU Group where we talk about it. It's a page that me and the homies built because we got a crew called FDMU. FDMU, we using them. It stands for fuck the money up, but we don't fuck the money up no more. So we actually have a YouTube page where we share stock tips, investment advice. You know, you join the page, it'll say, you know, you might hear at some point in the day, buy, sell, you know. But we're going to be making the group. It's kind of more a personal group right now. But, you know, if you know I'm in it, join the shit, you know.
Hey, before I have to dip out, Rock, Stone.
You ain't going nowhere.
I got the duct tape already.
What happened? I just want to say, Chef, it's really I really commend you for taking time off to take care of yourself. Not the duct tape.
You got it right there.
I don't know where you live, but that gotta be some long duct tape to reach me. So, and I got a knife and scissors and a mattress, so that ain't gonna work over here. Okay. So I just want to commend you for taking care of yourself and being aware of that, because I think when you look at society now, Black men, it's unfortunate what you have to go through. the weight on your shoulders with just being the color of your skin, not only what you dress like, what you look like, you know, your hair, you know, the stereotypes that go along with that. I think at one point, Black women, we had a pass. You know, it wasn't as hard for us to float through this world. I mean, it's getting bad now, but we're still not targeted, to me, as much as Black men. I mean, I think more so they're just trafficking our young girls. So, but I think it's commendable that you took care of yourself. And I think more men need to be okay with taking a time out to reevaluate loss and emotions and feelings, because you don't want to walk around with a stone heart, even though you have to be a rock. You don't have to have a rock heart.
Appreciate you understanding. Thank you, Flower. You understand. You see, in terms of understanding that even though, you know, we may not have the rock heart, we're expected to be a certain way, you know. And what's funny is, even dudes, you guys recognize, you know, when you're doing the right thing and you got a homie that's on some bullshit or some BS, but he lives the life of Riley. He doesn't have the same stress that you have because shame is not a part of his dynamic. And he's able to do whatever he wants, run the streets, do whatever, doesn't take care of the kids, don't handle their business, don't be right to their lady. But then when you sit and you look at them and you think about the stuff that you feel you have to do and the stuff that you do, and you're like, damn, yo, we don't always get folks to appreciate it. And I'm about to drop something on your head. Why does what the flower just said? I see you knowledge and relationships. I understand. Right? I'm gonna just, before you drop, I want to make sure you hear this.
No problem.
Why does what the flower just said mean so much to me? Is because we always hear about, whenever we talk about, oh, why this doesn't happen, they talk to Kevin Samuels, talk to red pill shit, this, that, and the other, right? And then you have some of the heavy blue pillars will say, well, yeah, this doesn't happen because all y'all niggas in jail. All y'all niggas in jail, y'all leave your families where y'all gay, right? That's what we hear. Nobody speaks to the ones that's doing what we're supposed to do. And there's a lot of us. The thing is, the ones that's really doing what we're supposed to do, we don't make posters or T-search for the shit because that's our minimum. That's our minimum. The stuff that other people will celebrate is our minimum. So sometimes, the same way they tell us, what do you think when you got a lady? Yo, even if you ain't in the mood or this, that, and the other, it's a random time, just go on and tell her, hey, baby, I love the way you make them eggs. Hey, when they even said, I was watching Over the Top WME show, they say even when her hair ain't right, and it's just one of those random days, and you know she knows she ain't looking, she looking crazy. Yeah. Hey, y'all know. Like,
one of them days.
I know.
Bonnet time.
Right.
Bonnet
And
time.
you be like, right. You be like, baby, yo, I love you. You look so beautiful.
Yeah, I know you lying. What you want?
So now watch this. So what I'm sharing is that's what Queen did for me. And if there's any rock that she belongs to in there, don't take it the wrong way. You just lent your flower to sprinkle her good fragrance on me. Now you can have her back. All right.
That's so cold with it.
But thank you for allowing me to smell the wonderful fragrance of your flower, because hearing it from a sister, I need that shit, yo. That's real talk.
He good. He not tripping. He good. I know him. He
but
good.
I think the relationships, unfortunately, you have to see self-care, mental, emotional, physical, it's financial, it's not being weak. Taking care of yourself mentally and emotionally is actually very strong, because you're admitting that, hey, I'm feeling some things right here. Like, you have to allow yourself room to feel. My father wasn't perfect, but I saw my father feel and express himself. Now, whether it was in words, whether it was in actions, he expressed himself, which made me gravitate to him and, express myself to him as a child. Now, our dynamic changed as teenager years progressed, but, I always felt protected by him, safe. And so as a woman, you want your flower, as a flower, you want your garden, you want your rocks to feel taken care of. You want them to feel sheltered, not smothered. You want them to feel safe, not uneasy. You want them to feel considered and respected. Now, it doesn't always happen that way, because you can say, oh, you're not talking to me, but sometimes giving them the space to like, for me, instance, I know a lot of women who don't like their husbands to play video games or, go on, do that. I love it when my husband, my rock, plays certain video games. Like, I will go in the room, grab my tablet or my phone, and I'll come and just sit there and watch him play, because I love seeing him play certain games. Certain games I'm like, oh no, I gotta go because he tripping. But certain games I'm like, why don't you play this game? And I just literally just sit there. It's okay. That's his stress relief. That's his.
So what
that's
games
what
do you
he
like
does.
seeing him play?
I love seeing him play Grand Theft Auto,
Woo!
Black Ops,
I live in Los Santos. I live in Los Santos.
And
I told you, bitch, she ready for you, bro.
And sometimes basketball, because he's really good.
Somebody
And
better, y'all better take your,
Baby,
y'all
never coming home no more.
you better take your flower off the screen. You better take your flower off the screen, because you're talking about stuff.
My brother, he nice in basketball. I know him. That's my brother. He nice in basketball. He is. That boy nice.
But I always tell him, I said, I think you need to go online and into the competitions, because you's a beast with it. And I have my Nintendo Switch. I play video games, but he calls my games kind of girly, whatever, But I just sit there on my Nintendo Switch and I watch him play his video games. So, I think it's being okay with providing that safe place. Like, I don't know if many of you are religious, but God wants to be our refuge. And being a woman of noble character in Proverbs 31, like, you want to prepare your husband to be his best, like, be his best to go out into the world. And you want him to be able to come home and be safe. Like, that's his safe place. And I know at times I've messed up, I've been married 11 years,
Wow.
But thank you. I'm still learning. I still have to bite my tongue. I still have to, go to older women to help me to figure it out, because I don't know what I'm doing and I don't want to give into how I feel. But I want him to know that when he needs to talk, I'm here, and sometimes it's just, it's just little things. Like, I don't always have to, I don't like seeing him upset or feeling a lot. And I know when he's feeling a lot, but then I also have to back up and go, when he's ready to talk and let me in, he will. And if he doesn't, I trust that he's going to talk about it with someone who he needs to talk to about it, So those are the things that I'm learning even right now. So, I think it's very important for rocks to be able to be in a garden where they're safe. Because just because there's a flower, that doesn't mean it's the flower for you. And you got to know what flower. You got to make sure you're picking the right flower, and you're picking the flower for the right reasons. Because they'll show you their venom and they'll show you their poison. But it's whether you're willing to deal with it or not.
Talk to me, girl. Hi, talk
Say
to
it
me.
again. Right. Yes. It's a certain level of understanding that you need to have, man. She understands. She understands. Folks, what's up, man? I'm gonna need y'all to talk because I don't want to be the only one talking here. Say it again.
So, question for the.
You guys together? You on Echo? You on Echo? Are you on Bluetooth?
No, it's my phone. I'm sitting in a car, but it's not on Bluetooth.
Okay, no, you good. You good now. It was echoing initially. Go ahead. Not bad.
All right. You said you've been married for 11 years. How long were you guys together before it was finally like, all right, it's time for us to move forward with getting married and building a family and etc.?
Well, initially when I met him, we were just friends. So we met via a good friend of both of ours, a mutual friend. And I think we kind of got to know each other on a friendship. I want to say about a little over a year, but we were long distance. He was on the East Coast. I was on the West Coast because I came out to the West Coast for college and now my professional career. So I want to say maybe 8 months, about 7, 8 months, I realized that, I kind of like him, but I didn't want to say anything. So the best friend, he kind of called me one night. He was like, do you like him? I said, yeah, but so he called him and told him. And then he called me and was like, hey, I'm just not ready for that right now. And I was like, okay, cool. So we were just friends. And then one day he was like, I really like you. So we were together about 2 years before we got married, dating and knowing each other. So, and then 6 months after we started dating, he moved to the West Coast for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But he got his own apartment. We didn't live together. I had my roommates. He had his roommates. And then, about a year later, we got married. We got engaged. And then actually it was about 2.5 years before we got married because we had like a 7-month engagement and then we got married.
So tell me about that. Now I'm on my YouTube host thing. Tell me about why you feel that the way that you did it, and the only reason I'm assuming that the way that you did it is, that you felt that it was important was because that was the thing that you kind of emphasized. So talk about that, about we didn't live in the same place and all of that. I want you to kind of talk to me about that, if you can.
Well, we met in the church that we went to. It was all over the world.
Church.
So,
okay.
We had a standard, and that's just what I believed was best for me, and that's what he felt was best for us.
Okay.
So y'all wasn't intimate at all?
No. I didn't believe in that. I mean, before I became a Christian, I lived my life one way. And so when I became a Christian, I wanted to live my life a different way.
That's right.
So then, our first actual kiss was at the altar. Like our full kiss.
That's
really.
Yeah.
Listen, y'all called me balanced chef and all of that, man.
That is beautiful.
That's I'm a sinner. I'm a sinner that's trying to earn my way into heaven.
Yo, that's wild, bro.
I mean,
Hey, hold on, Quinn. You gotta let them marinate on that. The first
Okay.
kiss is at the altar.
Oh man, like I'm
Okay.
sitting here, like whoa.
Yep, that's
What kind of man is that?
And
That is a paper
man.
man.
Yo,
and the
he
place,
Superman, yo, for real. He's Superman,
and
like, yo, he
the
is.
place
That's
where
Is
like,
his
we had
name
our
is his name Super Mario?
the
No.
place where the place where
That's
we
not
had
my
our
love story.
wedding, the place where we had our wedding.
Hey, I just caught that stuff. I was a little bit slow.
The place where we had our wedding was very significant to me because it was the place where I buried my mother.
Mm.
So it was the same church where we had her funeral. So I wanted, because she couldn't be there, I want to be in on that altar, the first place where, I was able to like connect with my husband.
Yeah, no, I know exactly.
You were able to
Your
consecrate
father
your
there as well?
Truth language right now.
Yeah. Was your father there as well?
Yeah, my father was there. His grandfather wasn't there, so we did like a pouring of a sand
Right.
ceremony for them.
Mhm.
But the church that we had it at and it was crazy because normally Catholic churches don't really let you have a wedding unless you're Catholic. But because I went to the school and I went to the church, the father at the time, he was like, "Oh, you went here?" And I said, "Yeah, we had my mom's funeral here." He said, "Oh, definitely, you're definitely going to have your wedding here." So we had our wedding at the same. So it's just very significant for me. So it was a time for me and my sisters. We kind of went off to the side and we had our little moment, because the last time we were all together at this church was at my mother's funeral. So yeah,
So
it was a very significant, special, and emotional day.
So y'all was best friends before y'all got together.
Oh yes, he still is my best friend. We wrestle. We have water guns.
Yeah.
We have Nerf
There
guns.
it is.
We have pillow fights.
There
Like
it is.
we like it's serious.
Anymore
Like,
like you at
Sound like
home?
a happy violent couple.
Anymore like you at home?
huh?
Hey, the
Anymore like
pillow
you at
fight.
home?
Your sister married.
Anymore like you at home?
Yes, I have other sisters.
Oh, you do? They ain't married?
One isn't. Only one isn't.
Only one isn't. Dad.
Yeah.
Hey.
I have 3 sisters. 2 are married.
How old is she?
How old is she? She is.
Oh,
I don't think you did.
hey, this came out
How old is she?
Hey, you know the old saying, right? You're never supposed to ask a woman about her age, though. Listen, you're M3.
Business right here. How old is she?
She's over 40. Let's just say that.
Oh, dang, bro.
Yeah.
Why you say that? You want some more children?
Yeah.
Oh.
She ain't have no more kids. She got 4 grandkids.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's done deal right there.
I mean, I might be able to hook you up with some friends, but
Is
because I don't roll with the ratchet crew.
No, I don't want that either.
You heard she said she in the church.
Parts of that. I don't want no parts
You heard
of
she
that.
said she in the church.
True.
I'm sure
How did you vet him? How
Huh?
did you vet him?
It wasn't. I didn't. He just was a friend, and
so y'all knew each other for a very long time.
Yeah, his friendship is what in his heart. He was raised by his grandparents mostly, and he just had an old soul. Like some of the things he would say, I would go back and tell my married friends that I would babysit for or be the nanny to their kids, and they were like, "Yo, girl, you need to grab him." And I'm like, "But he's younger than me." He was younger than me, so I was like, I don't know about that part because I was scared of the age.
See that's the 4. See, I told you gotta marry your best. You gotta marry your best friend. You gotta marry your best friend. I think.
Yeah, he definitely.
Tell people that.
He definitely is, and in the marriage, we had our peaks and our valleys. And I feel like one thing I had to realize is that once I got married, I didn't have to get serious. Like it was okay to play around and joke. Like, and he told me one day, I think we got into an argument, and he was like, "You need to go back to whatever church." He named the church, he named the street, and he said, "You need to get your sense of humor back because you left it at the altar."
Yeah. So y'all
And
knew.
so I was like, "Wow," you know. So I mean, now we're coming.
Wait a minute.
We're coming back to the clowning, the jokes. He's a jokester. And sometimes I'm like, you just need to be serious. But then I'm like, why? Why does he have to be serious?
That's going to keep y'all young right there.
Yeah, when it's time to talk serious, we talk serious.
Right.
When it's time to laugh, it's okay. Like there's a time for everything. It doesn't have to go.
There you go.
You know, and it's me trusting his leadership and letting him lead to say, "Oh no, we're joking right now." Okay, cool. Well, when we need to talk about that serious issue, we're going to talk about it, and it's going to be handled.
That's right.
So
That's
it's also
right.
me trusting.
And y'all don't go to bed angry either, do y'all?
We try. I try, but he won't let me.
That's funny.
I go sleep in the other bedroom. I lock the door. He got a key.
Lord, she gonna
He's like,
so y'all
I'm
didn't
like,
master
no, I'm
that
not
part
coming
yet, huh?
in there. And he's like, you need to come to bed. Stop playing. And then I'll come in there and be like, don't talk to me. And he'll start laughing.
Oh well, and nothing can't be perfect. So
no.
See. I'm about to say, if y'all master that part, y'all got the perfect. Y'all got the perfect right there. That's beautiful, though.
Queen, let me ask you
somebody out
something.
here doing it right.
Let me ask you something, Queen.
Yes.
You know when you said you wanted to get the your sense of, he asked you to get your sense of humor back because you left it at the altar. Do you feel in hindsight that the moment that you knew you were officially someone's wife versus just a girl from wherever you're from, what did that do to you internally?
Great
your
question.
mindset?
Great question.
Well, I think when we said I do, I think I was like, oh, I can't be a jokester anymore. I can't, like, I have to grow up. I have to be mature. Like I felt like it was the moment I said I do. I felt like something in me changed. Where it's not a game anymore. Like I'm not somebody's girl. I'm somebody's wife. Like God entrusted me with someone's soul, someone's heart.
You put more of a burden on yourself than living in love and freedom.
I don't think I necessarily I don't think it was, I could see it becoming a burden, but I think I just looked at it more like, well, that's a lot on me to be his helper, to be his support. Like, oh, I can't be this little, I'm not this little girl anymore that's running around doing whatever I want. I can't move and shake how I want to shake. I can't come and go as I please. Like there's somebody else involved. Yeah. And I remember one day we both came home from work and we kind of sat in the living room and we looked at each other and he said, "What's for dinner?" And I said, "What's for dinner?" And then we were like, "Oh no, we need to talk." So we sat down and we talked and we were like, you know, and then I remember one time, you know, because we're so used to him going to his place at the end of the date, me going home. So he was like, "Why are you here?" And I was like, "Because I live here. I'll leave." And then I would go outside and go to a friend's house for a few hours. He was like, "Oh, can you come home now?" And I was like, "Oh, now you want me home." But I understood it because we were so used to having our own space that we had to learn how to live together in the same space. But good thing we've always had like a 2-bedroom place where I craft, I make cards, I do stuff like that. So I always had my own little space to go to. He's had his space.
Oh, so y'all ain't get enough. So basically, in between the time, this is interesting because a lot of people is afraid of that. What you actually are talking about now, they are afraid the fact if they do it the right way, the fact that you see how y'all was bumping heads a little bit about about standing with each other. You go into separate rooms. A lot of people like, hold up, we gotta live with each other first before we get married. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We want
Well,
to
we
get.
went to
I got to defend my brother one time. I got to
we
defend my
went
brother
to
because that's my brother. I got to defend him.
we
Hold
went
on, Queen.
to
I got to defend him real quick.
hold
You know
on,
what I
hold
mean?
on.
He wasn't calling nobody telling them they got to come back home. He wasn't doing all that.
Yes, he did.
No, he wasn't.
No, I wasn't. No, brother, I wasn't talking. I wasn't talking about that. I'm just saying in
He's
general.
tripping.
That'd be a main problem with people that have never lived with each other. Like that. This is a good point of emphasis right here.
Well, we went to we also did marriage counseling before marriage because we both had a lot of wounds.
Yep.
A lot of hurt, a lot of baggage. Everyone comes to a relationship with baggages, whether you're just going to empty the suitcase and deal with it piece by piece. And so
Well,
one of the things
speaking of that, I'm a preponderant of getting yourself together first before you come together, so you won't bring your mess in there.
Well, a lot of things, sometimes things you don't realize you're feeling something until you're in the moment. So you don't realize sometimes being in a closed environment, you don't realize you're claustrophobic until you're already in that trapped room. So it's what you're going to do when you're in the moment. Because sometimes you can prepare for things, but you can't always predict how you're going to respond or react.
I like that.
And
You don't know you're claustrophobic
yeah.
until you're that door closes in the room.
Yeah. And then sometimes you don't realize your triggers. So it's also growing up. It's just like any relationship, any friendship. You realize, hey, I don't like that. I'm not going to do that. It's like going to a restaurant. You try different restaurants. You're like, yeah, I don't like that. I'm not going to eat that no more. But that's too spicy for me. You don't just know what you're going to like and always get it on point. But just like we were going to marriage counseling and the lady told us, and she was funny. She was like, you guys are in a good place. And we were like, what? What are you talking about? We're in a good place. We are not in a good place. And she was like, you are, because most people, most marriages, she said, I've been doing this for 30 years, and most marriages don't realize what you're going through until they have 3 kids, uh, job loss, foreclosures, and infidelity, and now they're divorced because they've lived in this fake fantasy world, honeymoon stage, for so long that they've lied to each other. They've lied to say that they're okay with something just to appease the other person, and they're not living in reality. She said honeymoon phases are different for different people, but you are already dealing with things even before you get to the altar, and you're in a great place. And we didn't understand that, but looking back on it, I'm like, wow, she was right. You know, she was really right. She said, you're dealing with it, you're facing it. You know, I'm not saying we're perfect, but you know, and some people, you know, I remember his best friend was dropping me off to try on wedding dresses with my sisters, and we were in New York, and he said, you know, the one advice I'm going to give you is that someone who's married with a kid, that you have to be his biggest cheerleader, even when there's no fans or team behind you. Sometimes you're going to stand alone with that. And I didn't understand that until I had to go through it. And I was like, wow. I immediately was thrown back to that moment, riding in that car in Brooklyn and being dropped off, and that guy saying what he said to me and him. And he was like, you guys have to be each other's biggest cheerleaders, even when there's nothing to cheer for.
Every crazy ride starts with a ride that started and ended in Brooklyn. Shit.
I know.
Word.
So y'all got married in 6 months, right?
When we got engaged, our engagement was about 6 to 8 months. Like, and I was told also, everyone was asking me, when are you getting married? When are you getting married? And I remember this one married friend, I used to babysit her kids, because I babysat a lot of people's kids. She was like, don't rush it. Live, like, enjoy each moment. Like, and I felt like I enjoyed dating. So when he asked me to be his wife, I was shocked because I was enjoying the moment where we were at. I enjoyed our engagement because I can't take those things back. I enjoyed planning a wedding. I enjoyed being married, you know? So I enjoyed each phase. I even enjoyed our friendship. Like, I hated talking to him on the phone because if I breathed a certain way, he knew something was wrong with me. And this is
Yeah, he be
before we
knowing for
started
real.
dating. Like, he was like, something's wrong with you. I was like, no, I'm fine. He's like, okay,
Yeah.
I need you to stop lying to me and, just tell me the truth. Like, he knew me. He
Yeah,
knew
there you go.
what was going on. And this was long distance. So, and then we had a friend who, one of his best friends was dated his wife long distance. And he told us, when you date long distance, you have to value the time. Mind you, we were in two different time zones dating. So we would pick a Saturday, we dated on a Saturday, we would pick the same movie to watch, we would order the same food. And he said, you have to guard that time. People, your friends, your roommates, they may not understand, they may laugh at you, but it was crazy. So it was almost like even when we were in the same city, we could be around each other for 8 hours. We would still go home and get on the phone for another 6 hours because we were so used to being on the phone with each other.
Yeah,
I have a question for you, Queen. I got a
Uh-huh.
question for you, right? Because whenever it sounds wonderful and flowing, I got to use journalistic integrity to kind of those. So my thing is this. How about when you ain't in the mood for all of that shit?
And we got into arguments.
Talk to me, like, because remember, the things that you were talking about were the things I always talk about, like life, the positives of life create euphoria. That's the high. That's the dopamine rush, the adrenaline. So pretty much the love part, the things that happen easy, they happen easy. That means that it doesn't take a whole lot of, work and sweat equity, right? It happens easy. And the euphoria, the dopamine rush, the adrenaline rush, that's a high. So for the most part, you doped up. That's the easy part, though. Some would say that's the easy part.
It is.
So, right. So now, I need you to talk, Queen, about when it gets to the rough parts.
Well, I think
Keeps you going. Whatever it is that keeps you going to make you want to elevate your mindset, your heart set, to move in a certain way to keep this beautiful thing you have going. 11 years.
well, I think the rough part started, I want to say early in the dating, like there were things that were done and similarities that brought up triggers, I think, for both of us. And sometimes we reacted to it, and we may have gotten into an argument where we had to bring somebody else involved and say, hey, can you help us out? She tripping or he tripping. Mostly it was me, I want to say. Mostly it was me. I was all over the place. I was emotional roller coaster, but I think
Peace to Vivian Green.
I think the hard the times when it's hard, I always tell myself I have to remember why I said I do, you know, and most of the hard times come is because I don't want to. I'm not going to speak for The Rock because he may not be on this panel to speak for himself, but it's because I didn't want to look at myself. I wanted to project it onto him and make him the issue versus looking at what is this bringing up for me? What is this doing? Or, you know, so I fell in love with my best friend and I have to remember that. So I think like even for my mom, when my mom passed, I lost my world. Um and so Mother's Day, her birthday, or even like graduation, my graduation from college, because she got sick when I graduated junior college, and so when I went to the 4-year university, she was not there. Obviously, she died of cancer, and
fuck cancer.
Yeah, man.
Sorry.
So when those dates are rolling around, I become different. So he was like, "You miss your mama?" I was like, "What are you talking about? I ain't got nothing to do with my mother. It ain't, blah blah blah. It's
But it
you."
did.
And he was like, "You miss your mom." So yeah. So I think just remembering why I said I do. And it's crazy because we had an event this weekend recently, and we had some old friends over, and they were looking at the wedding album. Some of them haven't seen it, whatever, because we lost contact. And then I pulled out this scrapbook that I did from when I got engaged, and it was like a little reenactment, like phone calls, pictures of stuff, how I felt, picking bridesmaids, whatever. And I was like, wow, like I don't think about what I have because I'm so focused on what it's not.
Mm-hmm.
So I think just taking a moment to remember why this person was this, my bottle cap, why it fits me. You know what I mean? Sometimes I don't want it to fit. And I'm like, oh no, you ain't the one, but I'm like, no, that's not true. And he always tells me, don't say something you gonna regret, like you can say you gonna do that, but are you really gonna do that? And I'm like, and I hate that. I hate that because it's true. Like I don't want him to ever know that I don't ever want to leave him. But
he already
knows that.
Is that an
And it makes
insecurity you're dealing with?
That's interesting,
it
though.
makes me angry because it makes me feel like he has that power.
Yeah.
But it's not about it's not about having power if you trust the hands it's in.
I'm about to hit you with a rabbit hole question.
Don't do it.
Hold up real quick, Chef.
I got a good
We just
shovel.
asked this
I can
real
get
quick.
out of it.
Is that something that plagued you back when you was younger or in previous relationships where you had a problem handing over like power?
No, I had some traumas, so then my trust was gone.
Right.
So it wasn't I handed over power, but when my trust was taken advantage of, it made me not want to commit. So I just had a lot of friends. I never called anyone my boyfriend.
Right. So
yeah.
Was it like one time or was this a consecutive thing that continuously happened?
You mean before I met my husband or?
Yes.
No, I think it was, I think once I became a Christian or joined church, I was able to face a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt like I was able to get healed. Mm-hmm. But there were certain things that only came up when I felt like someone was having a tug on my heart fully, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Like I didn't realize, like there was like, I remember he may have grabbed my hand a certain way and I got triggered.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was like, he's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm feeling something. So, so I had to go back and go, what did this remind me of? So I had to do a lot of self-work.
Did you share that with him?
Eventually, yes. And he was very patient during the process.
Great.
Very, extremely patient. It was crazy.
I got a question for you. I know I said rabbit hole. I ain't want to get you nervous and put you on guard.
It's all good. I'm good.
So it was something that you said, and you started off. You had said that you talked about the beauty of how you guys got together, the beauty of what made you guys connect, the ease of connection, and the almost cosmic energy, what some folks call kismet of how you guys were able to blend, bond, communicate, and everything, right? Now, given that you guys was everything was able to happen so fluidly and your communication was so open, there was something that you said that kind of struck me a little bit, teeny bit. You said that you ain't ready to give him up at all, pretty much. I'm summarizing that you ain't going nowhere. And you felt that. But you refused to let him know that. In a few states in the union, they'd call that lying by omission. Now, when I say that, if we go to the total antithesis of it, where it's somebody that's ready to bounce in any time, right? They would be like, you were lying by omission by telling that person, or not telling that person, that they didn't have much of a shot, right? And by not letting them know emotionally where you were at. And there's always a reason. There's always a reason. Okay? But the thing is, what do you think about that piece? Because the other person's making a move. They don't want to let the other person know where their head is at. But when you look at it, in this situation, you ain't finna go nowhere. But you don't want to let that person know where their head is at. So I ask all of that to say, do you believe that lying by omission can be the right thing to do in certain situations?
No.
Yep.
Because no.
Because remember, you said that you ain't going nowhere, but you said I ain't gonna let him know that.
No, I said I hate that he knows that.
Oh, okay.
Because he knows. He says, yeah, you say all that, you ain't going nowhere. And I'm like, well, you go. And he's like, no, you the one say you go. And I'm like, whatever.
But what if he didn't know? So now I'm gonna trust your honesty.
For real.
Now I'm gonna trust your honesty. What if he didn't know?
Word.
Would you have allowed him to know, or would you have just allowed him to not know?
I would have allowed him to know. I think, and that's, to me,
How?
that's the, I think I would have eventually told him, because I'm very transparent with how I feel. Like, I may not tell you in a moment, but I'll tell you later, like, look, that really hurt me. And I don't like it when you do this. It makes me feel like this. When you do this, it triggers me in this way. Why should I hide? Why should I lay next to someone I got to hide from? Then that means I shouldn't lay next to you. So that's just me. That's where I'm at. So, I hate the fact that he knows me and I forget. And he tries to hide, but I know what he feels too. So I know when he's feeling something. I know even the way he wakes up, I'm like, oh, he's having a bad day. He must have had a bad dream. He must be feeling something from yesterday, from something else that ain't got nothing to do with me. And I, what I've learned is that sometimes I just got to give him a space to be him for a moment, like to be in his mood, whatever. And I feel like I got to rush in and try to fix it. And then eventually, like, I'll call, sometimes I'll call my sister. I'm like, look, he tripping. What's wrong with him? Da-da-da. Girl, please, you just tripping. And then 5 minutes later, after he took a shower, brushed his teeth, and got something to eat, he singing love songs and he laughing and joking. So he back to his normal self. And I'm like, oh, he good. Never mind.
Yeah, my brother could sing, boy. Ooh, he could sing. Man, he got them bars, like, for real. Queen, I got a question for you, right?
Don't make me.
And I'm gonna let y'all talk. If you see some stuff on the screen, don't mind me. Just allow those subliminal messages to touch your heart while we talking.
Yeah, Queen, I got a question for you, yo. So, my question for you is this, right? As you're talking about my bro, man, that's my dude, man, for real. Shout out to him. My question is this, right? You know, how do you like when he's frustrated and all that, and you gotta let him be in his element and all that, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? How basically what steps do you take to help him and not basically allow him to get more frustrated? Because sometimes, he may get frustrated or he may not want to talk. Because sometimes I call him, he don't want to talk to me or whatever. He'll hang up the phone real quick, and I'm like, man, what's going on? So how do you get him back in his element, or do you just let him kind of figure it out?
Well,
shout out to the True Pill community too. Buy the merchandise, y'all.
I think sometimes I'll just be present. So like I said, if he's feeling something, he may be watching something in the room or watching something in the living room or playing video games and he's frustrated. And I'll just grab my Switch, my Nintendo Switch pad, and I'll just sit in the living room and play. Or, hey, how you doing? I'm all right. Oh, okay. And I'll just give him the space. I may ask him, hey, if I'm in the kitchen, you want something to drink? No, I'm good. Well, I'll just go in the room. Like if he's really frustrated, that means he just needs some space completely. Right. Like you don't even need me in the room. And sometimes he'll say, you know what? I just don't want to be bothered. I just don't even want you in here. So I'll just say, okay, I'll be in the room. And I'll go in the room and I'll watch my Lifetime as I normally do. And he'll eventually come in the room and he'll say something, or before we go to bed, he may say something, or if we take a ride, he in a car to go get something, he may say something. So sometimes I just give him the space to come to me, even if he doesn't come to me that day, which normally he does.
Do you get an attitude if he don't?
Yes, I do.
I'm gonna bring that up too.
Yes, but what I've learned is that I have older married friends who've been married like 20 something, 30 years. So I immediately call one of them and say, hey, and they'll say, just give him a space, blah, blah, blah. Or, I'll just start doing something. I'll go in my craft room. I'll make a card. I'll, do something creative and he'll eventually come in. Cause I think what it does is sometimes it can make me feel insecure, make me feel like emotionally I'm not meeting his needs, but I'm not supposed to always. Sometimes he has to deal with whatever he's dealing with on his own. And that's not him saying he doesn't care about me or he doesn't love me. It's just him trying to figure it out.
Right.
And then when he does talk to me, I'll say, you don't have to carry that on your own. That I am here to support you. And he'll say, yeah, I know. Or he'll say, sometimes I just don't want to talk. And I'm like, okay.
Yes.
So I'm still learning that. That's not, sometimes I walk away and I grab a pillow and I start screaming in the pillow. I'm like, look, I'm out. I go for a ride in the car. I blast music. I put on my headphones. I tune out. Okay. So it just depends.
Yeah,
that's Queen. Queen, what you just said was very significant. What you said was you allowed him to know that he doesn't have to carry whatever it is that's bothering him by himself. Now, whether he brushed you off or not, he heard you. And he already knew that, but you saying that is very important, even if he didn't take you up on your offer. Keep offering that.
Yo,
that
drive real quick, Vic.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's essential, Miss Queen. Like, I hope a lot of people heard what you just got finished expressing about, encouraging the man, giving the man space, because a lot of times females don't understand what be going on in a man's mind. We think about 1,000 things a day because our plate is so heavy. Like, we got to take care of you, we got to take care of the kids, and then we got to battle the world. That's a big load, and the way you handled it and the way you articulated how you handle it is, a good template that other females need to learn how to use that. Just redirect,
Yeah. Well,
relax.
sometimes I get into foul trouble. I do the offensive foul.
That's okay.
I do the flagrant foul. I spike the ball. I throw the bat. Like so.
Why you doing all that for, Queen? Why? Why?
So sometimes
You got ejected from a couple of games.
It's that's why I didn't play sports growing up, because I knew I could not do contact sports. I get triggered, and my mom put me in dancing school for a reason, because I didn't have to touch nobody. So
Yeah, but that seems like y'all really got it. Like you said, I mean, it's not going to be perfect, but it seems that y'all have a true understanding for each other. Like y'all know each other. Y'all know each other's habits, when to be left alone. I'm glad you know when you get in trouble, who to call for. You, like you said, you call other married couples. You didn't call somebody that was single.
And sometimes he called. Like I'll come out the room and I'll hear my phone. I'm like, "Where's my phone?" He's like, "Oh, somebody want to talk to you." And they're like, "Hey, Queen." I'm like, "Oh, you called somebody on me?" And they're like, "Don't trip. Take the phone. Let's go outside. Let's talk."
Told on me.
Yeah, he be calling on me too. But I think the one thing we both agreed is that when we got married, we probably would have waited a little longer to get more support. But I think it's unfortunate. Like I was talking to someone today, young girl, she's dating, and they live together, they pay a mortgage together, and she's young, and he almost died. Like he got into an accident, and he had all these surgeries, and the first thing she said is, I asked about Christmas pictures, and I said, "Hey, oh, you gonna do your Christmas pictures this year?" She was like, "Yeah, we always do them. We normally do them." She said, "But I'm not taking no picture with him in a wheelchair in a full cast." And I was like, "Huh?" And then she was like, "I don't want nobody seeing me." She said, "I don't even like going out with him, because I don't want to push his wheelchair, because I ain't nobody. I'm too young to be somebody caretaker." And I was like,
goodness.
I
So
said,
this was somebody talking about their own husband?
Huh?
This was someone talking about their own husband?
No, this is somebody who's talking about their boyfriend, who they share a mortgage with and want to get married.
See, I told you.
And I said to her, how would he feel if I recorded that and he heard that? And she's like, "Girl, I'm just joking." No, I'm not.
No,
And I was like,
no,
wow. I was like, that's so sad. And she may feel like she's pretty privileged, but I'm like, but you nasty Nettie.
Yep.
Like your heart is nasty.
Nasty,
I don't care about pretty privilege is a joke. If the heart is nasty, you's a ugly something.
That's
you's
right.
an ugly person. And that's and I was like, wow, he probably don't even know she feel that way.
Here's the question. Do you think
I do have a question.
matter if he
I do have
did?
a question, Vic.
Huh?
Do you think it would matter if he knew?
I think.
Would it change?
I don't know about
make
him. I think he would be
feel
very
different?
offended, and he might have a side chick.
Well, that's good that you didn't.
Because I ain't getting involved in that.
Yeah,
but,
don't get involved.
So
what you say, Watts?
I do have a question. It's more of a two-part question. The first question is, how old were you guys when y'all met?
I'm not telling my age, but he was in his 20s, and let's just say I was older.
He's still in his 20s too. He's still in there.
Oh, I see you,
He's still in his 20s. He's still in his 20s. He is.
I
He's still in his
see
20s.
you,
He's not in his 20s. He's in his 30s now.
Oh,
He's in his 20s.
Let's just say I was.
We was about to go. We was finna call you Queen Kelly.
Oh,
She the queen for
What that mean?
so
Oh, hell no.
Queen, you gotta get your face back. I can't
Oh,
help you now.
hell no. You trip. No. I dated a grown man.
Come on, Chef is
Hey, look.
trolling. Don't
He was
worry
grown.
about
He
me.
was
I'm
grown. He was grown.
Hey, we give a hard time over here, everybody.
Listen, you walked into the lion's den in the middle of the night, man. Anything is
I ain't worried
possible.
about that. I got a flashlight, a taser, and rope. What you need? Well, come
Okay,
on, bring it.
see,
I
See?
got
she
you.
ready.
She
She
look.
came
She
ready.
went. She turned straight from flower to Venus flytrap on your ass.
Okay.
I don't want no trouble. Look,
Woo.
I'm so
See?
sorry. I'm
So
sorry.
what was your
so
second
Queen,
part,
do you
Salvin?
oh yeah, go ahead, Watts.
You had the second part?
Hold on, give me a second. So
Okay.
the just for clarification, the reason I asked about the age is because when you speak of him, it sounds to me, because you know, like you said, you're not going to speak for him because he's not here on this panel to speak for himself. But when I listen to you speak of him, it sounds as though he was definitely in a place in terms of him as an individual, as a man. And I was just curious as to what his age was, because a lot of people have that identity thing, and some people don't understand who they are until they get into their 30s and all these other kind of things. So I
Well,
was just curious about that.
he
The
definitely
second, I'm sorry.
he definitely um as far as like his career, I mean, he was working. He, we all have job loss, whatever. Um, he had lost his job, and I had got a good job out here. That's why he moved. But then 3 months after he got out here, I got laid off. So I was like, let's move. Let's get out of here. He was like, well, I just got an apartment. I just got I'm working here. So he definitely um had a road to go as far as what he wanted to do with his career. I saw a vision for what he was because I
Mm-hmm.
saw what he was talented in. Like, he's very talented in computers and electronics, and I was like, and I wanted him to start a podcast long before podcasts became very popular, because he was very knowledgeable. Like, even someone who didn't really play sports, when we watched football or basketball or baseball game, whenever the team did what he said, they always won. And I
Yeah.
told him, you ever thought about doing, like, trying to be a coach in a minor, like trying to get in the coaching field, because you're very knowledgeable. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know this sport, I mean, I even sat through 9 innings of baseball to court him, because he loved the Yankees, and the Yankees ain't
Yeah,
cheap.
The
that's a
baseball
home
game
team. We
long.
love them. Boy. Me and my bro, we love them. But I'll speak for him a little bit, because I know him personally.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
it could be. I'll speak for my brother a little bit. He always, right now, he taking a little power in that real quick. You know what I mean? But he's always been a man amongst boys. He always has. You know what I'm saying? He always been a leader.
Man,
Always been a man amongst boys. I even look up to him. I do. He's incredible, man. I look up to him. I do.
Yeah, see, it did because see, a lot of people associate maturation with age, and it really doesn't have
no,
an age limit on it. It has to do with your experience, it has to do with the people who influence your life, it has to do with your upbringing. Like,
but the age did scare me at first.
yeah, that's
It
see,
definitely
it
did.
scared you because that's something that you're dealing with. That doesn't,
Yeah,
yeah, see, that's something different.
I didn't want to be labeled,
Yeah, see,
you
you
know.
outside
So,
Yeah.
influences.
but
Worry
then when
about
I saw the heart, I was like, wow, okay,
mm-hmm.
who cares? Who cares what people think about me? Because I was like, I know I don't look my age, so I ain't even tripping. So
Right. And see, that's another key thing that people need to pay attention to. Like the things that you thought about are other problems that people regularly thought about, but you overcame those problems because you looked at the substance that he had instead
yeah.
of other people's opinions. You feel what I'm
Well,
saying?
and then when we started dating, I never forget it. I came home and back to the West Coast, and I had some single girlfriends over, and some weren't dating, whatever else. And they were talking about, oh, they were just asking me about him and my list. What's your list? And I said,
There you go.
I said, and so I said, well, share me your list. So it was about 4 of them, and they all went through their list. And I said, your list is shallow, worldly, and selfish.
That's right, Queen.
And no matter what you look like, you're going to have a hard time finding someone because you're not those things.
There we go.
I said some things. I said, okay, having a job, that's fine. But life happens. People lose jobs, they get jobs, they got to do entry level jobs. Life happens. Life happens. You know what I mean? I lost a good job for something stupid. I've gained great jobs from doing nothing. And I said, when you value, I do believe that there has to be an attraction. I do believe that you can't be with someone that you're not physically attracted to. I do believe that there needs to be something there that you're attracted to them. And sometimes a person's heart makes them look better to you because that's what you value more. I've dated cute guys, I've dated ugly guys, what some people would deem ugly, but they had amazing hearts. So, it was my perception. I think a lot of women are like a lot of girls, because I call them girls. It's okay with having a standard, but it's when that standard becomes about dollar signs and property that you don't want a person, you want an object, you want something that you can purchase. You want something that the world deems valuable versus a heart that's priceless.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. And I wanted to kind of stop you because if we look at the show, the previous, well, not the previous show, but the show, normally it was what we would have called the main show, and then we are the post game show. But we started making moves, and the literal name of the show was "How Can You Tell If Your Lover Is Ashamed of You?" And at some point the conversation came in talking about the lovers and if you can love them, and talking about other people's perceptions. And one of the things that I said was, if I feel a certain way about this person and they do something for me and I feel about them, who gives it? Oh, this is my channel, so I could cuss if I want.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
Right.
Shit. If the person across the street, thinks that she's dope or what, that person across the street is not coming with the same set of criteria. What's important for them is not what's important to me. And I even remember quoting something that Victor Freeze, aka Just Vic, what he had said to Mr. O in a previous conversation. And the conversation was about how people look and how we judge folks. And Mr. O, and he's not here, so I'm going to speak for him, not just about him, but for him. Basically, what he was stating is that society has specific standards and folks will judge things a certain way. So society standards are the standards. And then Vic kind of came back and pushed back on him and said, well, if I like what I like, because the dude was saying he liked what he liked. And Vic literally said, well, if I like what I like and you what you like, why do I give a damn about what your standard is? Because I like what I like. Right? And that was the key. And I even added on to it and said, listen, if I so happen to be, make believe I'm a guy that my number one dish, my favorite dish is chitlins. Okay? And then you hate chitlins, but that's number one on my list. Immediately at this point, I couldn't give a shit about what your list looks like, because the thing that I consider the top of my list, you don't even consider. So why would I care what you think about food?
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
About movies.
I used to, and that's the funny thing I was about to say. That's the way it was about movies. As my homie, as my friend, as somebody that I care about, that I'm around, I give you 3 times. 3 times to tell me this movie was good. This movie was whack. This movie was awesome. If the good movie was whack, and the other one, which is pretty good, was whack, and then the one that you thought was whack was good, you're done.
Forget about
it. Doesn't mean that I don't love you. It don't mean that I won't take a bullet for you. Not. It just means like, okay, his mind and my mind, my heart and his mind don't blend on the movie shit. You get what I'm saying? So I don't even bother anymore. And that's when it comes back, Queen, to what you was talking about, because it really resonated, where it was like, what do I care what somebody else thinks about how somebody looks, visage, aesthetics, just look. And some folks don't understand when somebody reaches that point where they turn that key of your heart, they're able to beat your sonic drum. They're able to pluck the strings of your emotional guitar. Guess what happens when that happens? It controls your sight.
Mm-hmm.
It controls your sight.
All rationale goes away.
You can have a woman that the world might think is the most busted person in the world. I'm gonna give you the dramatic whisper. In the world. Right? But they pluck your strings. Halle Berry looks like something off the bottom of your shoe compared to that person. That's love, my ninjas. That's that ethereal something, that emotional je ne sais quoi. In French, je ne sais quoi mean, you want to hear what's funny when they talk about this, that thing you don't know? Je ne sais quoi means I don't know. That's literally what it means in French. It's that certain something that I don't know, that magic. But it changes everything. Everything. If you ever been with somebody and you were like, yo, yeah, that person ain't my type. A lot of times that ain't my type person end up being one of the special ones in your life. You get what I'm saying? So I think all day about this. Go ahead, Queen.
I think it's it goes back to the whole, and maybe I'm wrong, but the whole high value man and high value woman and what you bring to the table. I just think that's funny. It's funny because you're bringing things that can be taken away from you tomorrow. So at the end of the day, if you're left with, if you bring your looks and you get into a major car accident and now you scarred up, are you different or is just your face different?
Mm-hmm.
Because those things can easily be taken away. What's your character like? What's your heart like? How do you care for people? How do you think about other people? How do you feel about this? Like, or are you just caught up in what you look like, what you have? The same person that's driving a Porsche could be riding a bus tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, those things are easily come, easily gone. But it's the character, and that's why I was trying to get these girls, because I call them girls because they act like little girls. Like, what are you looking for? What are you valuing? And you have to really look at those things and say, if all he has is money and can buy me that 20-carat ring that I'm gonna be scared to walk down the street with on anyway, is that enough? Because most men that are not necessarily as attractive, women flock to them because of their bank account. You know, and do you want someone who just wants you for what you can give them, or do you want someone for you
you
being at
be
your best and your worst? And that's one thing I value. Like, even when Miss My Rock moved out here, I he slept on, when he first moved out here, he slept on a mutual friend of ours, his living room floor until he got on his feet. He didn't have to do that. He could have stayed where he was at, but he wanted to be out here with me. So I wanted to give him a reason to keep pushing, to keep going, to fight, to get to where he wanted to be, his own place and a job and blah, blah, blah. He got it pretty quickly, but I know that month or two when he had to do his grind was hard. But he used to, I live near a grocery store, and I'd be like, oh, I'm going grocery shopping. What time you going? And next thing I know, he's at my front door, walking me to the grocery store, helping me carry the groceries home. And he's like, okay, I got to go to work. I'll see you later. And I was like, wow, okay. I do this all the time, but I do it by myself, you know? But he was like, there's no reason. Just let me know what time you're gonna go. And it's not like he lived close. He lived maybe about an hour away on public transportation. So he would have to walk, catch the BART, catch a bus, and he would make sure he was there, and he would walk me through the store and carry mostly all the bags back to my apartment, walk me up 3 flights of stairs, and be like, okay, I'll see you later.
Wait.
That was
He
it.
came an hour across town on public transportation to do that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you already knew what it was.
And he
Yeah.
didn't even get a sandwich, carried all them groceries
Oh,
up. And he didn't even get a meal off that.
Word, for real. What you gave him?
Hey, listen.
I cooked him dinners. He had dinners.
Okay.
He,
I was
you
gonna
know,
say, I
and
go
then
to
when
the plug for you and I can't even smoke with you.
no, he was taken care of. He was taken care
You
of.
were shooting in the gym with him? All right. Queen, I got a couple of questions, Queen.
Oh, okay.
So, since he loves sports like that, who is his favorite sports people, and like basically who's his favorite basketball player and all that? Who's he like?
That's his homeboy. That's his homeboy. So he testing you to make sure you listening to his boy.
His favorite sports, basketball, NBA, is LeBron James.
Why is that though? Why you like LeBron so much though?
Because they say they were born the same year.
Oh, word. Okay. I got you. And okay, so
and Derek Jeter is his favorite baseball player.
Oh yeah, he got a jersey of both of them too. He showed me. He sent me a picture. I seen a picture of it. Word, them joints is fire.
Yeah.
Try again, motherfucker.
I got another question for Queen. So Queen, bro could sing. I really like the way he sing. To me, he kind of sound like a young Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? So what do you think? What do you think he sound like?
Well, I think he sounds like sometimes he sounds like he can sing like Al Green. Sometimes he can manipulate his voice to sound like what's our friend's name? Oh my gosh, I see him, but I'm losing a blank. Teddy Pendergrass.
What?
He likes a lot of old school music. So he really can sing, and he has a he has a falsetto that could knock you off your feet. So, yeah.
Man.
Hey, Queen.
Yes.
Yeah,
And I have a videotape of him singing, but I'm not going to share it to the panel.
Oh man, we needed that. We needed.
Hey, you go be on the couch, Queen.
If this was our open mic session like we had the other night,
that'd have been live. Now, once again, you touched on a lot of very important things. Over a couple conversations we had on here, I spoke about, about don't focus on carnal things, focus on the things that's going to produce longevity and authenticity. And you spoke about those things as well, like, the character, the heart, things that's going to produce growth. And the most important things, the things that, that solidify what a man is, that's what you found in him. And a lot of the females, they don't understand that is what you're supposed to be looking for. I had a conversation with a couple of girls about a couple months ago, and I told them, y'all shouldn't be focused on the high value man. You're supposed to be focused on the high quality. And I told them, and they was like, well, what is that? I said, that's a person with the intangibles. Like I say, I travel around with 2 articles of identification, a LLC and the AIR. The LLC stands for love, loyalty, and commitment, and the AIR stands for accountability, integrity, and responsibility.
I like that.
Those are my basic go-to. Those are my main attributes. And I think that all men should have those. Those are just standards right there. You're supposed to have those. And
you gotta
those
slow
things,
that down. You gotta slow that down. Say it one more time. If all men should have those, that means that's important. Run that back one more time.
That's very important. You should have love, loyalty, and commitment, and accountability, integrity, and responsibility. I call those the 2 articles of identification. We carry around 2 articles, is our driver's license and our social security. So these are the 2 essential articles that every man should carry around for themselves to identify them as, an authentic man. And basically what you explain, that your man has those qualities and those things. And that's the reason why y'all are producing longevity. Y'all know each other. Y'all are best friends. Y'all understand each other. He knows the temperature of the house based off of when you wake up, and you be like, what? How you know I got an attitude? I recognize that because that's the same way how I was with my wife. Now, my ex-wife, now she couldn't stand it. She hated that because she was like, I can't do nothing. See, and the way you handle it is a little different, and that's why y'all's is producing success and ours failed, because she looked at it as in she couldn't be herself. She couldn't be, she looked at it as she was in like a box. She didn't understand that that's what men are. We are visionaries. We're supposed to be able to see and understand exactly who you are, that make us better equipped to loving you. And that's something that your husband, he has. It seems like he's attentive, he's observant, and those are great qualities. I mean, you pretty much got the package.
I got a question for you. I'm sorry, I gotta interrupt. I kind of had to squeeze myself in between before you answered, Queen. It was something that meant something to me that Truth just said when he was talking about the situation. And I'm gonna speak to you like you hear it. Truth, I appreciate you, the honesty that you're leveraging in terms of what you believe went wrong within your situation, and how it was different. How it was different. I went wrong. I was different. So my question to you, Truth, now that you see you have a queen, you have a flower that's speaking to that piece, and then now you're able to see how you and whoever was Mrs. Truth at that time, how you guys were not able to capitalize on that particular moment my question to you is this, and I know you're going to give me the truth. How do you think you played? Do you feel that who you were as a person, as an individual, do you think that you at that point were open to understand it like that?
Hold up. What do you mean?
So you notice when Queen was talking about what took place within her relationship, right? And then you just you had spoken about some of the things that you saw, but it was like at that time you weren't able to capitalize or make it happen the way that she was, right? So I'm asking you, do you think it was that you didn't have a woman like her? Do you believe that you were different, or do you believe that it was both of you were not fully equipped to be able to take advantage of the opportunity that she did?
Fair question.
Well, I mean, if you listen to the actual story, it's clearly that, you know, she says it makes her upset, but she handles it differently.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it might drive her crazy, it might do something, but it was never to the point of where she's actually bothered by it to the point where this can't be what it's supposed to be. You know, probably need a way out because it's supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be, you know, not this hard. Like, you know, how do this guy even know what I'm thinking? I didn't even get a chance to say anything and stuff like that. You know, it has to do with a lot of, like she said, like if you listen to how they speak, they are very equally yoked, even in their fallacies. And that was the difference from me and my ex-wife. We wasn't equally yoked. And I couldn't recognize that back then because that was when I was early in my walk. I didn't understand that it's much more than just having a physical form of godliness, and it has to come from within. And that's a lot of people, again, we divorce over superficial things that when they get uncomfortable, we start like, hold up, is this really what it's supposed to be? Things like that. And that's because we're being pushed to grow. And that's why I said certain things now that I know, I will not make those mistakes because I know exactly what I'm looking for. Now, I know exactly what I'm looking for. I know exactly what type of qualities the woman is supposed to have. And one thing that can never be brought up inside a situation, that D word has never to be brought up, ever.
Which word?
The D word.
Divorce.
Divorce.
Okay.
Oh, he thought it was the other D.
Your mind is
No, no, no,
horrible.
no, no, no,
Your mind,
no. Remember,
your mind
you
is
gotta remember
horrible.
truth. Hold on 1 second. You gotta remember, we talking about truth. So truth got multiple. There's the D that's never brought up, and there's the D that brought up every day. So you gotta remember, it's a tale of two D's.
Oh my goodness, that's horrible. But go ahead, what you was about to say, Queen?
No,
Hold on, I got something for you,
I
Truth.
wasn't gonna say nothing.
Oh, I thought you was about to add something. What's up?
I got something for you, Truth.
What's up?
You said you know the qualities of the woman you're looking for now. I want to know how have the qualities differed now in your maturity versus the criteria you used to go by in the past. What is your noticeable differences now versus then?
Well, it's funny that you don't remember. You asked me what the qualities of. Remember I said the Proverbs 31? You remember we had this conversation?
Yeah. That was your answer. Proverbs 31.
Basically what I thought, okay, so my ex-wife, same thing. We met in church. Everything like that. So met in church, very modest, glasses, natural hair, everything, didn't cuss, didn't yell, all those type of things. Went to Bible classes, knew the word.
Real church girl.
Touching it, yeah. Yep, I'm doing my fingers. You just can't see it. The church girl. This is very important. So the thing I'm thinking, like I said, I didn't understand, read over and over again, the fruits of the spirit, a good tree cannot bear bad fruit. A bad tree cannot bear good fruit. And, the standards of Christian behavior in Colossians 3 and all these things, I read them, but it's a difference between reading them and when they're actually put in understanding where you now can apply them in your life. And that's what I didn't have. I didn't have understanding to the point where I had application. So I'm thinking I got it made. Like, hey, and on top of that, my wife was a virgin. So I'm thinking, hey, I got it made. I done hit the jackpot. Problem is, again, I looked at all the physical things that I was looking for, but I didn't do background history. Didn't do to see how, see how her responses to certain stimuli. How did she view divorce? Her family history, her mom, her dad. These type of things that are very essential. Past traumas. Whether mental illness played a part. All these things matter. And then on top of that, how do we view life? How do we view family? How do we view leadership in a home? Are you since you haven't been brought up with your dad, do you recognize the voice of a man? These type of things are important when, trying to galvanize and cultivate, marriage, an actual covenant towards God. And these type of things, I wasn't mature enough to understand that. I wasn't mature enough in my walk, in my word, and I wasn't mature enough as a man. So these type of things now, every time that I engage myself with a woman, these are the things that I go down step by step by step. I need to know certain things about your background. Is there, a repetitive pattern about divorce in your family? Have you been, violated? These things are important. Have you participated with other females? Have you, body count? How do you view sex?
You want to know body count?
Oh, heck yeah. All that's important.
Oh, hell no.
All of it's important. See, that's
the one I get off on.
Yeah,
I don't want to know.
That's the point. Now, you don't want to know what about that stuff, but that's when your female could be been ran through and she got a whole bunch of STDs running around in her body. And I'm not talking about the physical STDs. I'm talking about sexually transmitted demons. I'm talking about spirits. I'm talking about characteristics that females carry from each man. Every female knows when they've been in a relationship, they usually take on qualities and properties of that man. If you ever live with a woman or a female, you'll start notice she start moving like you, she start talking like you, everything like y'all start merging together. This is where you become one flesh. This is why I don't play about this boyfriend and girlfriend thing. It only supposed to be inside of a marriage union because eventually y'all start actually merging together. Like the things that you like and all this type of, y'all start liking things together, all this type of stuff. Those are actual characteristics and traits from other people that they have learned. And they take it inside of their next relationship. And the stuff that they learn, if it is not adequate, which you believe in, or how you run a relationship, then things become problematic. And this is how, what happened?
So I want you to look at what's on the screen real quick.
Is anyone ever honest about their body count?
I don't want you to answer it. I don't want you to answer it. I don't want you to answer it.
Don't answer it. Okay.
Okay. I don't want you to answer it. What I want to do is I want to put something up and let y'all see something. And this is actually a clip that I haven't released yet. So sharing it with y'all. And what's funny is about that. And it's called Women secrets, and shame.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to go and pull it up. And
Don't do it, Chef.
I no. I got a few videos. That I haven't uploaded that are sitting there. So
Yeah.
I got to be honest to
So
the moment, right? So let me be honest to the moment. Okay, you see it? Cool. I'm gonna max the screen now.
so did I answer your Vic?
Yeah, fully.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
So here we go. In order to nest, it requires resources, right? So if a woman does something against her nature, they tend to hide it.
Right.
They tend to keep it secret.
Okay. Okay, we get into
good moms. Yeah, good moms, good aunties. One of the things that they teach to the little girls is shame. Peace to Danique Anthony for the intro.
Shout out to Danique.
In terms of my culture, in terms of Haitian culture, and I think in terms of Black immigrant culture as well, everybody, you're either going to become a doctor or a lawyer. If you're a woman, you're going to marry a doctor or a lawyer or be a nurse. You count all 8 of my uncles on my mom's side and my dad's side. Every last one of them is a doctor. Every last one. All my aunts that are married to physicians. So there's a certain status quo in terms of not what you look like. It's a status quo in terms of the type of person that you choose to build legacy with. Because in our culture, it's not dating. Ain't no hot girl summer in Haiti. Right. You get what I'm saying? It's dinner. You feel me? Ain't no hot girl summer in Haiti. So all of that playing around doesn't exist. So I'll give a perfect example, and I have a bunch of cousins, so I won't be implicating the guilty one. One of my cousins, very well, father's a physician, mom's a physician, went to a good school and everything, but she ended up starting to kick it with one of the hoodest dudes off campus. He wasn't even a student. But whenever family would be around to come up, she wouldn't keep them there. And it was only a couple of, how you and your cousins from your generation, y'all know where each other's bodies are buried, right? So she used to hide dude. When family would be around, he would not be around. He was a nice guy, but she felt that the family would look at her crazy.
Right.
So the secret thing, I think that women definitely, if you admit that women have a natural hypergamous nature,
right,
which is they build, they nest. So in order to nest, it requires resources, right? So if a woman does something against her nature, they tend to hide it.
Right.
They tend to keep it secret.
Okay. Okay, we get into
good moms. Yeah, good moms, good aunties. One of the things that they teach to the little girls is shame. Because within the construct of the feminine psyche, if you lack shame, then you will do anything. They impress ego onto men, but women impress shame onto women. How could you? Don't you ever close your legs? All of those different things that are put out there. So when the women, when they do their things to be secret, it's more out of some inert feeling of shame, I believe. What you think about that?
You don't even have to say it no more. That's pretty cool. Sure. That is very simple. If I have to concur, because that was my follow-up question, which would be, what would, if you're still vetting a woman at an early enough process, what would give you enough trust in her to believe whatever story she told you about whatever answer she gave you to her body count? Why would you believe her?
Well, trust is a different thing. First of all, I don't trust nobody. That's out of the question. I don't trust nobody. I trust in who you are. I expect everyone to be themselves.
Okay.
So who you are, that's who you are. Expectations of for you to be something that I design in my head equals failure. And this is what happened to people all the time. They expect somebody to be something that they're not. So that's number one. Number two is if you are not a liar yourself, it's easy to spot a person that lies. Easy. So I'm not looking for a specific number. I'm just looking for a tiny bit of transparency. And if that is hard to give up, she got a lot of skeletons. And the reason why I know this is because I've been with a lot of women.
How many is too much?
How many is too much? For me, okay, so let's put it like this. Let's say I had found a girl with all the qualities I named, and let's say she had like 30 bodies on her. Would I still pursue her to be a wife? Answer is yes. One thing we have to do though, it's going to take a lot more longer for us to get to that altar because I got to see if she dealt with the trauma that she has been placed upon in those relationships and she's not still carrying those things. Case in point, what Miss Queen was talking about, being touched a certain type of way, even down to laying in the bed together, cuddling, the way you speak, these type of things people have. And these are the things that I didn't know in my first marriage. That's why I know all these things now. So it's not me looking for a number. I
got another number for you.
What number?
75.
What's that?
That's how many bodies she told you.
She got 75?
She's like, I don't want to lie to you.
She said she got 75?
75, bro.
Yeah,
but she's still like dope. She's super dope.
Yeah, she's super dope. I don't go by dope. Dope get you high. I don't do dope. So where we at? Where we at when she tell me this?
Restaurant.
A restaurant? I'm walking out, dog.
Oh,
I'm
how you
walking
doing
out.
it?
Yep, I'm walking out. That's why I asked you.
So what's the difference between 30 and 75? What's the sweet spot? Anything over 50?
Bro, that is way 30. I just gave you. Listen, I said 30.
You know how many dudes these girls be going through on the real?
Listen, I didn't say. I said 30. I'm giving you the point that there are rare occasions, even at 30. I have turned women down. I have turned women down at 10. It's not about it's not about.
You said you was out there slaying.
I have turned.
Does that devalue you at all?
Huh?
Does it devalue you at all for your own body count?
You can
to
answer,
yourself.
You can answer yourself that question.
I'm just thinking about your perspective, and I can't think through your eyes. So based on your own scale,
I'm telling you,
because I know how I think.
You can answer that yourself. We got 4 men up here, and then you got to think about: does the actual woman worry about a man's body count? They don't, and that's real reality. They don't worry about.
Quinn, do you care?
Body count.
It's not. Well, I never thought about body count, but I thought about the trauma of the relationships and whether you just continue to jump in relationships and not heal from the previous or situation. I think a female, to me, we are very emotional beings. We're nurturers. We bring life. in our womb. So to me, a woman who has 75 body count, that's a woman who is completely broken. That's a scorned woman to me, in my opinion. That's someone who has a lot of trauma and has utilized
Queen, what is
her
the magic
body.
number? What is the number where it
I
turns
just
into
told
something
you it
else?
was a number.
Oh,
You don't. Hold on, Chu.
Hey, family, I gotta go, family. Much
All
love
right,
to you. I
bro.
gotta go. Later,
hey,
y'all.
all righty, Mr. Best.
What'd
Salute,
you say
my
now?
brother.
Peace,
What
Mr.
is
Best.
what is the number where you feel that this breaking happens? What, like, I'm not saying that you have to know it's 27. I'm saying around
I don't
what
know.
zone?
I don't know. Some women, they could have one bad relationship and feel used, and it can destroy them. So
So
I think it.
what you're saying is the relationship. You should be
Yes,
counting number
yes,
of
yes,
successful or failed
yes.
relationships
But
as
I
opposed to the
think,
body.
yeah. But I think when to me personally, this is how I grew up. When a woman values themselves, I grew up very old school, like grandparents. My mom worked in the hospital. So, body counts, she talked about that almost every day because of she saw young girls coming in the hospital with all kind of stuff. So every time she saw it, she came home and talked to her 4 daughters. Um, but I do believe that most women, we can say we can handle it, but we can't.
Exactly.
So I don't believe in everyone deserves me, that part of me. Just because you are I'm dating you or you're in my life, not everybody deserves every part of you. And when you throw it around like Tic Tacs or toilet tissue, you get the results of that. And I think that's why I feel like both parties, I think men as well, I think we have to value ourselves more, but I can only speak on a woman's perspective as far as being emotional and saying, oh, I don't care. I don't care. I don't do that. I don't, I'm not affected by it. And it's like, but you're crying because they didn't call you back. Or you feel pressured to do something, so they will call you back. I mean, I have plenty of friends who felt this way, or if they buy you something, you feel like you're obligated. Like that's why if I wasn't, I mean, you could take me out, but I always told dudes that I went out with that maybe I met them and we went out for the first time. I'm like, I'm good. My daddy put money in my pocket. I don't need you to pay for nothing. If you want to buy me a drink, you can. But, you know, the only man that ever laced my pockets with anything was my husband or my father. I didn't look to if they gave me anything, it was just because they wanted to, but I wasn't that type of chick. Like I didn't worry about what's in your pockets because I knew what was in mine. So, so yes, I think body count is different for men and women. I think we are, we're built different, and I think when we start devaluing ourselves, we start valuing as far as laying on our back and trying to bag more bodies than the average Joe. I think that's a woman that has a lot of trauma and is not dealing with it, just like an alcoholic. To me, when you run to alcohol, you're hiding from something. We all have our different addictions. So yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't necessarily I look at it as a body count. I just look at it as emotionally, what did that do to you? Because sometimes it only takes one. Some women it may take 10 or 20, but I don't know. If I was a dude, I wouldn't want to be with no chick that had 75. I think that
Here's what we need to
I'm
do.
sorry, I just wouldn't
Nah,
want
you
that.
good. You good. You know what? And literally though, all BS aside, you actually kind of triggered an episode idea about a particular question, but I'm not even gonna bring it up because knowledge and relationships and them, they be coming on the same time. So I gotta make sure I gotta just tell them no, I ain't telling you. No, I'm joking. But y'all be on the same time. But straight up and down, you actually gave me a really good idea. And what I am going to do is I want to flower on the panel, and I want to continue that particular conversation, but I want to continue it in terms of within its own, spatial essence, because we kind of monkey branched off onto that topic, but I want to go deeper on that topic, but not at 5 minutes to 3 a.m. Right.
Can't get no justice.
But here's what I want you to do. I definitely thank you, Queen, forever.
Oh, no problem.
Listen, you. There was times where I felt guilty because we pull you up, and then you end up not saying anything but goodbye because you were so patient. I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna need you to learn how to snatch the mic.
I'm working on femininity and giving my brother space to talk, and sometimes I don't need to say nothing. I just need to be here. Maybe I just need to listen and learn.
True, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah. I don't always think like that. So, I'm working on I'm constantly evolving myself. I
hope the other flowers is taking notes from the Queen.
We're not gonna go there. I don't know what these flowers. You can't call them flowers these days, man. I don't know what
don't do them like that. Don't do them like that.
I don't know.
We just won them over. We just won them over, Queen.
Yeah. I said the same thing, Queen.
We're gonna have to uproot them and burn them.
That's right. Uproot them and burn them up. That's right.
Don't do it.
That's right.
We need
All right,
I'm loving this.
Okay, rocks, bricks, and
rocks and bricks.
Rocks and bricks. Some of them just hard clay, ain't it?
Hey, my mother had a beautiful garden with all kind of rocks and bricks and shapes and sizes. So you all fit a role. Perfectly, uniquely made, and I don't know your name, the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
And patience, heal, and you need to make your those your little sayings. You need to make t-shirts because I will buy one. I will buy one for my rock.
Right now.
And all the rocks in my life.
I thank you.
And and Green Pill, I'm getting my sweatshirt and my t-shirt soon. And Just Vic, I don't know what you got going on, but I'll buy something from you too.
All I ask is that you subscribe, my love. That's all.
Right.
Okay. All right, guys. You guys have a good night.
Thank you, Queen.
You as well.
For gracing us with
your
presence.
Flower.
Hey, please show our appreciation to our brother Rock on the other side.
Oh, yes, he heard. He listening.
Give him some special treats tonight.
Well, I'll see him in the morning. I'm at work.
That's right. Hey,
wake him up.
Morning is the best.
Wake him up in a nice way.
I took care of him. I meal prepped. He good. He's satisfied. He's taking care.
All right.
He good. He good. She on it.
He good. All right.
That's right.
Wait. Chef wasn't. Oh, she lucky. I was finna tell her, Chef wasn't talking about that type of meal. Give him some treats. But anyway, yeah, yo.
You know what you're talking about.
Look, I'm the ultimate wingman. If I'm out at the club, I see your wife, I'm a guilt trip her ass. Be like, yo, take your ass home to that man.
Give me some, for sure.
But listen,
right.
This was dope. Why was this dope? We got 16 folks watching right now. There was no theme to this. There was a video that I watched. If I get certain stream of consciousness, I'm going to share with y'all, right? And it's not for sensationalism, but it's just, just to share. So there was something that I watched earlier, man. And I thought about sharing with y'all on the way to the crib. be careful out on this road, on these roads. I know we always hear that holidays, this, that, and the other. Be careful on these roads, man. Think about how many times that you made a split-second move that saved your life, man. Think about how many times you made a split-second move that made your life. And when you do, then you will understand it takes a fraction of that split second for you to lose it. All right. So, you know, it's nothing crazy, but it's important that I think be careful out on these roads. Why am I saying that? I'm back in the office, so I'm on the road a little more now. You know, even if it's only a 25-minute ride from the suburbs that I live in Atlanta to the office downtown. So be careful, man. So I'm going to just show you a little quick video before we end this. And this is more or less cautionary tale. And if I put that on your spirit, you're welcome. That was the point, right? So hold on 1 second. Truth talking about STDs in here. Oh, it's actually transmitted demons.
Crazy.
Yo, wait, we got to save that for the next show. I remember TLA was like talking about bringing back animals in your crotch. That was another.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey.
Right.
Wow.
But yeah, man.
I got to see what he talking about this moose. He said he told a story about a moose.
I don't know about that.
A moose.
That's a code word for something.
Oh, well,
okay.
That's usually for the woman. That usually for.
I thought he was on some freaky shit. Messing with moose.
Oh, he's
talking about moose. He might be talking about a moose knuckle.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
You know,
that's the female.
If you know what a moose knuckle is. But people use moose knuckle wrong because you know the other one is camel toe, right? Moose knuckle is the male version of camel toe.
Oh wow, you don't want to see that.
So I hope he's not talking about that.
He
all right.
Is.
So yeah.
Damn.
This is just some safety talk right here. I'm about to drop some safety talk on your homies, just to make sure that we be careful out here. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, this is not a police car. Even though you see the spotlight, there's some photojournalists, they purchased the old school police car, so this is not a police officer. But I want y'all to understand to be careful. Just be careful out here on these roads, man. Only takes seconds. It only takes seconds.
Hi, I'm reporting a multi-vehicle traffic collision southbound 110. South of Florence.
Oh, shit.
Yo, they can't see that?
Lights off.
If they're coming around the blind corner, bro.
Oh yeah. If it's around the blind corner, yeah, you're right. But it look like it's just straight away the way they come.
I know. The thing is, look at the cars. Remember, the reflectors are not. Remember, the backlight reflectors are not pointing at them. You know, the red reflector material of the of your taillights. They get in the side of a black car and a gray car. That's the worst.
They already knocked off the street light.
Right.
The highway light.
Dang, right?
It's gonna be bad.
And that guy's still in that car, yo.
Oh, you seen that, right?
Yeah, he's still in
been
that.
out of there.
Oh my goodness, man. Oh, he's still in there, yo.
That's some ATL type of shit.
Oh, yo.
It's pitch black. I can't see that shit.
Oh my goodness, man.
Normally a police.
Why the cop not going out there and putting?
That's not a cop. That's what I told you. That's not a cop. It's a photojournalist that's using one of the old cop cars with the fog light. And what he did was he parked there and he put his spotlight on them. That's why you see, right?
Okay,
to protect
so
it.
yeah,
That's not a cop.
So why they can't? That's what I'm saying. So they can't even still see that even with the light, yo.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me you watching it, bro. The light, you can see the light is focused on them. Yeah, man.
This is crazy.
See, if the cars actually stay there with their brake lights on, that'll work.
Exactly, but they're leaving.
Yeah.
Traffic needs to stop. This is the safest situation right now.
Everybody got to get on about their business, you know. That's crazy. Put that shit in half.
Like the guys are still in there.
He had to have got out.
No, he was still in there, yo.
Dude got into the car. He was still in there, man.
Yeah, he was still in there. This is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what's going on? They not. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. So it wasn't about sensationalism. It's only
Hi, I'm Steve Terzi, the Director of Creative Content at Legion AVS. Premier event.
They messing with my damn moment. Well, yeah.
I'm gonna send you a $10 cash app.
Yeah, son. Yo, it's not about sensationalism. It's just be careful, man. Be careful on them roads. It only takes a second. It only takes even a tenth of that for something to happen. Y'all saw it yourselves. It was something that I've seen accidents. I've been in car accidents. But you see it yourself, and one thing you watching from an angle of you knowing what's in front of you or what's in front of them, but they had no clue. So all I say is, my folks, please be conscious out on them roads. I was literally going to discuss it. That was probably the main thing I was going to discuss and do a little quick video to record and then to upload with that. And then I decided at 11 something to jump on with y'all. So I used it. And for the folks that wasn't a part of this wonderful broadcast, hey, I'm probably still uploading anyway. But keep your ass safe. Keep your ass comfortable. Keep your ass safe. Be careful, man. Watch the roads. Don't do that texting and driving shit. It's not worth it. Anytime I look down at my phone, it's always the jackass finds themselves right in front of me. The brake checker, the cut chef off, this person, that person. If I was in focus, I could have lost my life, man. And we all understand that this world needs nothing more. But those that on here, the 3 on the panel, including the 16 that's in the chat, each and every one of y'all know the world needs you guys, or even some little children or other folks need your ass. So respect them folks and be safe. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So, yo, man, at this point, this is a 3-hour stream. I literally only expected to drop an hour, but we were able to be blessed tonight without arguments, this, that, and the other. And we had a queen, literally. It was one of our flowers, to bless us with some knowledge, some wisdom. And it was dope. We got a hell of a lot done for a stream that wasn't even supposed to take place. So, listen.
Always food over here, man. It's the kitchen.
Hey, like I said, bro. Listen, even if
Gina brought them collard greens and macaroni too.
Let me tell you something. Don't worry, she got that shit frozen. She got that shit frozen for next Thanksgiving. Don't worry. Yo, everybody was trying to get her address until she and then they realized, wait a minute,
frozen.
This is fucking Monday. What the fuck? Everybody was like, look, Linsky was like, ooh, I want to know, ooh, Linsky, that's a hungry lover. He's a hungry lover. He was like, oh, that feels so good. Yeah, I do yams, I do collard greens, this and that. Yeah, I'm finna put it in the freezer. And then I had to look. I was like,
oh, that's some real old school.
Like, this is Monday night.
That's some real old school stuff right there. Put it in the daggone freezer, yo, dad.
But yeah, I was messing with you. I love you, Gina 789. Even though I had to put your ass on timeout one day, but love is love. and we back together again, girl. So in the Christian fellowship sense, you know what I mean? But yo, listen, I'm gonna give y'all an opportunity. I want to give y'all two kings an opportunity to let the world know who you are before we bid them adieu. So go ahead, Truth.
As always, it's your boy. Truth is never favorite. Holler at me on the podcast. Truth is never favorite. Get out here, love on and with purpose. That's pretty much my sentiments every night.
And I'm going to use one of his lines, and I'm going to say it like I'm him. I don't play about my Jesus. I don't play about my God. How you going to forget your own line, bro?
Everyone know who I serve.
I know. I'm just like, yo. Remember, you're doing Showtime now, so you got to have your catchphrase. I don't play about my God. That's it right there, yo. That's free marketing consultation right there.
All right, I'm gonna make sure I use that too.
Look, you see, I remembered. I was like, come on, he ain't say it once tonight. I don't play about my God. Look, you see, I listen, bro. My man.
Oh, hey,
yo, Vic, talk to them, man.
Y'all know what's up. It's your boy Victor Freeze, otherwise known as Victor Freeze Music. You see that? That's me all day. When you see that, you got the right one. Now, my brother Donique Anthony is going out of his way to put all the links down there in the chat. So anybody looking for me, go ahead and use those so his work is not in vain. If you go to my page, you're just going to click on the About tab, and you can click on any of those links, or the Reverb Nation page is where you're going to find my most current music. I just want to say I co-sign what Chef said about these roads, highways, or byways or dieways, and the choice is yours. So everybody knows that they don't need to drive drunk, so they beat that in the ground. But everybody does need to know that sleepy is the new drunk. So don't drive tired. Get your rest. If you didn't get the rest, pull over, take a minute. You know what I'm saying? Take an hour. Get a power nap, set an alarm. Take that rest stop. Don't think about it. Just do it.
Just do it.
It'll cost you way more. It'll cost you way more than a couple more minutes on the road.
Straight up and down.
Be safe out here. Make it to your destination.
And then I'm gonna send a special shout out to for 100 Watts who had to leave. It's your boy 100 Watts. You know. Yo, listen.
I go by the name of 100 Watts.
I go by the name of 100 Watts. I
love everybody that loves me.
I love everybody who loves me, and I'm speaking with 100 Watts. Urban West. I love everybody that loves me. Right?
Yeah.
And if you don't love me,
classic, yeah.
I'm gonna make you love me, bitches. That's an extra. That's right. That's an extra little salt, the little spice that I put there for 100 Watts. All right. And if you don't love me, I'm gonna make you. You see, I gave Truth a little marketing consultation. That one is for 100 Watts. He got to add that to the end. But anyway, listen here, y'all. This wasn't supposed to happen. Thought I was gonna see y'all for a couple of days. In the words of Michael Corleone, played by Al Pacino in the movie Godfather 3, every time I get out, they pull me back in. But it ain't they. It's you. Thank y'all for being you. Thank you guys for being the garden that I rock with. Thank you. Thank you guys for all of the time that you gave me the opportunity to see things in a different fashion. I wasn't paying no mind to this YouTube thing, and y'all made me feel like I got more of a voice. So the only thing I could say is, look, yo, I can belong to you permanently, but y'all got to steal me from corporate America. Call me a hoe. Hey, I guess in the grand scheme of things in corporate America and working and 9 to 5, I guess I'm a hoe. I ask for y'all to do is to steal me from that pimp so I could walk the track for you. Look, bro, y'all folks messing with y'all, man. I don't know how to work, yo. I got back to work. I told my employees today, they was like, how you feeling, boss? Glad to have you back. How you feeling? I was like, yo, I don't know how to work this fucking mouse, yo. So look, man, I don't want to work no more, y'all.
You gotta sit on cake, chef.
I need y'all, yo. I need y'all.
I heard you got it. That's what you gotta do to get rich. Either show feet or sit on cakes.
I know, man. Listen, man. Look, but when COVID started, I ended up closing down my OnlyFans. Yeah. You know what I mean? I was doing it for them, man. They called me Coffee Cake. You know what I mean? You know, I had to shut that shit down, man.
Coffee Cake.
I had the signature move. It was like, isn't that we started? But yo, man, listen, I want to thank y'all for kicking it with us, for hanging with us, for listening to us, for talking back to us. But there's one thing I want to thank y'all for doing with us. What is it that I want to thank them for doing with us tonight, Vic? It starts with a V. It starts with a V. What is it? I want to thank each and every. Whoa, hold on, Miss Deb. What up, Miss Deb?
Hi, Chef. This is my first time doing a live, so I was just playing with it, thinking that you wouldn't pick me because you were signing off, and you did.
It's your lucky night. This is fate.
Okay. Stephanie always get the exclusive.
It's funny. I saw Miss Deb up there, and I thought you were actually a friend of mine named Miss Deb. I don't know, a lady named Deb Anthony, right? That's Waka Flocka's mom, and she's actually a friend down here as well. So I saw Miss Deb. I'm like, what the hell is she doing here? Well, you're the other Miss Deb, the new Miss. Talk to me, Miss Deb. Welcome welcome. Thank you for watching the show. I appreciate you.
Yes, thank you.
Where you located?
I'm in Boston.
Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're in Boston. There's which part?
What do you mean
Which part? Like Dorchester,
Oh yeah,
Roxbury?
yeah, Dorchester.
Ah, so what's funny story. My little sister lives in Dorchester. You know, my family's from Haiti. Mm-hmm. So, there's a big Haitian community out in Dorchester.
Oh yeah.
That's where my little sister Sabrina lives. Yep. And then my son, he goes to he's in Waltham. He goes to Brandeis.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. So talk to me. What got you up at 3:20 a.m.? You haunted? You did something else? You doing cat burglary? What got you up at this time of night?
No, well, don't make me laugh. I'm getting over COVID. So the only thing that
bless you. I had it too last January.
Man,
so I'm glad you're good.
I escaped it this long, and then it finally caught up to me. So the only thing I have is a cough, though. So I'm up, and I'm always in the back. I've been watching. I watch all the streams, and so I'm always in the back. But I've just been, something told me, it's 3:00 in the morning. Just try and press some buttons and see what happens. And I was trying to do this and not getting on the camera. So I heard most of the stream tonight. And it was a good stream. And like I said, I'm always on Conversations with King, but I'm always in the back. There's a lot of people in the back. I don't even know if y'all know, but a lot of us are not courageous enough to get in the chat.
Right.
But
I understand.
But eventually, I think I'm gonna try it. Maybe next year or something. I'm gonna try the YouTube scene. So right now I'm just studying, and I'm watching your mistakes.
Oh, so you must have seen the one where I fell asleep during the stream.
No, I usually can't make it through the whole stream, but I do catch some of them. And so I was just digging on Miss Queen's her love story. And one of the things that I will ask Truth, since I am here, is I also listen to the Manosphere, and I'm glad, and I'm over here because I'm glad there is an Our Sphere. But it's so confusing. I haven't, I'm an older woman. I've been single for years. I'm not going to say how long, but years with an S. Okay. But one of the things, and I try to, pick up how the Manosphere is heavy about this 3-month or 90-day rule. They're like, the hell is that, ladies? You know what I'm saying? If we like you, we like you. If you like us, stop playing games. But I'm from the old school, so I'm like, I hear what Truth is saying. If you go by that philosophy, like, we're outgrown, and we're not dealing with you for 90 days. We got options now. We don't need to wait 90 days, for you. But how can you, be on board with that and not get a body count? I just don't see. I know you can like somebody within 2 months, but that doesn't mean you can, that it's still all fluff. So it doesn't mean that you can like them for the long haul. So that is confusing me.
I want to speak before Truth answers.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to speak to build a general resonance for the other folks, that the double-digit folks that are in the chat as well. And you correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Deb. Basically, it's like, okay, we have to understand that there's a certain vesting time before we allow access to, when I say we, if I'm not a woman, but if I was a woman, the flowers, the women, you know, they speak to a specific vesting time that's there for you to be able to allow access to your holy altar, right?
Right.
But then the thing is, that vesting time doesn't really give you enough time to know that person. And now, excuse me, you put yourself now in a position where you're limited to a short time, less than 100 days. We don't even judge the freaking president of the United States until 100 days in, right?
Right.
And we talking about you got to make a life decision and then give up your stuff within 90. And it's like, what it feels like you're saying is, how is that fair and how is that actually plausible? Because you can't see the future. And if we work along that 90-day line, then we put ourselves, as if I was a woman, we as women put ourselves at the jeopardy of that time frame. And then if we pick the wrong person, what if we needed 180 days to figure them out? 6 months.
Right, it's 3 days.
We ended up doing less than 3 month rule, because remember, it's actually more than 3 months, 90 days, depending on where those 3 months fall, So, fuck around, it starts in January, you got that February in there, so it's not even a whole 3 months. So what do you say to that, Truth?
Well, Ms. Deb, you said you've been on Conversations with King.
Yes.
All right. Have you? Is that the only place you've been around? Have you been on Lapeef or any other places?
Absolutely. Like, I started watching Lapeef, even back to when Tawana was on there.
Okay, great. So yeah, you've been around for a while. Well, when I first came into getting to know Lapeef and them, I was probably the only person that came in there basically saying, F the Manosphere, F Kevin Samuels. They're polluting. They're basically on the opposite side of the spectrum from feminism. What they're producing and pushing is not going to help bring family unity in a repaired community. All it's doing is pushing one-sided to basically the lust and infatuation side of a man's desire, or not even a man, a male. And where even Kevin Samuels has said something so stupid, in 3 dates, you should be having sex. Yes. What if those 3 dates were consecutive? So in 3 days, a woman is supposed to just give you her body? Like that doesn't make any sense. And again, it's not like I'm saying that I have never done that, but this was prior to me becoming a man. I made that emphatically clear. The way they're thinking, I thought like that 10 years ago before I became a man. My mindset of what a man is supposed to be indicative of is to take care of women, and that is to protect them even from themselves. So even if I knew I can get basically the drawers in 3 dates, I'm not going to do that because I actually care about her now. I've taken my role, serious now as what God had laid down as a man is supposed to have dominion and cultivate and love the earth. And that is everything in it, and it's underneath your umbrella, and that is the woman he gave us. So I'm not going to ever suggest, just like I wouldn't suggest my daughter. Why would I suggest you do something that I'm not going to suggest my daughter to do? That's hypocrisy.
Would you be willing to wait till marriage?
Yes, that's what I'm doing now. And I suggest every woman to wait till marriage.
Right. And I, I also, a lot of young ladies ask me for advice. And so I say I'm thinking about them a lot of times, because this is, this is a new dating scene. I mean, back in my day, men didn't mind waiting the 3 months or more, but this is a whole new dating thing out here. But the manosphere is getting big, and they're really pushing this. But their other largest concern is a woman's body count. But it's so contradicting, because how can you say, listen, young lady, you got 3 dates, and if I'm not gonna play games, and if you don't give it up in 3 dates, then you know what I got lined up after you. You know what I mean? So the pressure on a woman is just that, a lot of pressure.
Exactly. And that's where you, Miss Deb, have to, help other young ladies to understand their worth and to not succumb to quote unquote peer pressure, because that's what it is. Somebody basically giving you an ultimatum for basically you to give up your most valuable asset, the thing that helps us bring forth life. Y'all is not, that's the thing, like, y'all are kind of helping create these lames out here, because most of the guys in the manosphere, if you actually listen to how they talk, you can tell they have never been, sexually active very often. You can tell these guys are going to people like Fresh and Fit, AMS for advice. And then these are the guys that's in these chats pushing this dumb stuff. And every day I get in arguments when it comes, like, bro, you not even like that, man. No matter how high value you think you are or going to get as far as with money, I said one thing a woman know how to do is sniff out a lane. If you lame, they're not going to want you, bro. They're not going to open up their body to you. And that's with all women. They can smell that. They can smell a gump a mile away. So you can get all the money, all this. You're probably going to pay for some tail. I think you even spoke about it. Who wants to be with basically a woman, and they going to just basically wait around for you to give up some money in order for you to get with them. You see what I'm saying? So those two is like they play hand in hand. It's either now the only one side I can see is there are a lot of females out here, not including you because you sound different, but there are females out here basically jonesing guys for dinner dates.
Right.
So now these guys, which are lame, that don't know how to basically finesse a woman, if they're trying to do these things, they don't know how to finesse a woman to get what they want without even spending no cash. They get mad when they kick out their money. So now they're upset about that. When you should be mad at yourself that you're so lame that you allowed a woman to finesse you like that and take your money. Why you didn't know no better?
But
Can I
true,
offer a different perspective?
even with that, because again, me being from the old school, how would you now? I know, like you said, there's girls out here that they're bored and they need to go to dinner on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So I get the game, but eventually, if they're going out with you on Monday, another dude on Wednesday, and another on Friday, and they go back, you're their Monday guy. Eventually, they're going to get to know you. So how else? That's how we used to get to know men. We went out on dinner dates. So if you're saying to me by day 3, on date one, it's just awkward and you're shy. So
Deb,
you don't
let me
even
offer
get
you something.
comfortable until date 2.
Hold on, Vic.
So by date 3, what's the pressure? Why the pressure? Damn, I just
I'm gonna address it, Ms. Deb. I got you. Let me offer you another perspective. A lot of people, you hear these talking points about the reason the modern woman is because she has so many options because of what the internet has done as far as connecting the world. And she could get flown out by all these rich men making her a hypergamous, where she may have been from an area where there aren't a whole bunch of affluent men for her to choose from. So she would have to choose a local guy, whether, you know, he was affluent or not. Now, they offer that as a perspective of why women's appetites have changed for this quote unquote high value man. But I offer the counter side, which is if we can agree that there are more available women on the market available than there are men available for heterosexual relationships, then we'd have to say that because all of these varieties of women are on the market now, directly on your computer screen through every site available, that it's opened the market for men who may not have had the nerve to talk to women or had the nerve. And now when you go on that date, that man understands that I don't got to play this game with you. I don't have to take you on 3 dates. I can take you on 2 dates. 1 date is good enough. If you ain't ready to go by the end of this first date or acting like date 2 gonna be it, then maybe you don't even make it to date 2. So because I got options, I got a whole list on Tinder waiting.
Right.
They want they want try too, you know, and somebody going all the way. So why should I wait for you? You know what I mean? So I think that has poured into the man side more than people acknowledge as well.
Yeah, and that's where she got it to again teach these women out here to have some worth. Say like, yeah, you ain't gotta wait. Go about your business and go mess with that whore over there, that 304. Go get something that's loose. Then bye. Go get something that's used up because that's the one that's going to go fast. And to address because the address I already know what the funk is. Kevin Samuels pusher and D Darrell, whatever his name is. Yeah, I can tell you're a lame already, Captain, because the stupid line that you just put down there. That sounds stupid as I don't know what. I'd rather be a lame with power than a man with. What? Put that dumb line. I can't even say that stupid shit. Put that dumb line up there, man.
Why do you take that personally?
I didn't take it personally. I just called it exactly what it is. It's dumb.
No, I'm saying for you to react to him with vitriol, that means that you don't understand his perspective enough. Seth, you on mute.
What vitriol?
Yeah, it seemed like it. Tell me about it. That because it, you know, I don't have a feeling either way so far. I'm just curious. What was it about that derail statement, derails 93, that kind of rubbed you rubbed you the wrong way? Talk to me.
Okay, so I'm gonna repeat my favorite line. Do y'all listen to what I said out of my mouth? I said this earlier, just before I was talking to you about the manosphere. This is not vitriol. This is these gumps, these lames. There go one of them right there. That's subscribe to. Yeah, you. Subscribe to. Subscribe to these daggone. They the famulets. They subscribe to their daddy and they run along his post, quoting all this stuff about these statistics and things like that. And ain't getting plain and simple. Excuse my French. Ain't getting no ass, man. Like straight up. You should be complaining about women if you getting ass out here. It's a slogan called you got 99 problems. You got 99,
that's fair. That's fair.
That's fair.
Real talk. You got 99 problems, but a B ain't one. That's real talk. I would never complain about no female because I've always got what I want. I've always got what I want. So it's
somebody concurred with you. so hold on. So hold on. I want to let's give. You know, I mean, we got somebody that jumped in. Look, I thought this was gonna be the end of the day, but y'all said hell nah. So I'm gonna have to concur with that. What the funk was going on? Let me see. What is it about?
Trying to funk it up.
3:39 in the afternoon where you are?
No, it's actually 9:40. I legitimately just woke up and it's snowing like crazy here. So
oh yeah, he's in Germany. Pardon me, I mixed it.
But I had to come on because I don't know. This is just a compelling topic, I guess, to speak on.
Speak your mind,
I
bro.
understand that you guys are about to wind down, so I'll just kind
No. You here, bro? Light it up. Look.
Okay.
Go ahead. Speak your mind, brother.
This is one of those things that's kind of funny in the Black community. How we'll call so many people lames and weirdos and put them in that category, but we idolize the people who look a certain way just because they have a certain way they look or a certain way they speak. But in reality, those are the people that have been the gatekeepers in the Black community and been keeping things pretty stagnant and toxic for a long, long time. Instead of maybe having a vitriol and saying, oh, these people are lames and weirdos, possibly maybe hear their voices and then constructively take it or constructively don't. The things that all these lames and weirdos might be saying are a lot of them coming from places that they've heard from their mothers, heard from their sisters, heard from women they've been with. And just because you say that they're bitching about the culture, if you're getting girls, you shouldn't be complaining. Absolutely not. If you have daughters in this culture, and I have a 4-year-old daughter, and that's why I'm looking at the culture like, wait a minute. Do I really want to expose her so much to the American Black culture that I grew up in? Or is it better that I just kind of keep it in, the German Black side culture? Because in reality, if you listen to Neely Fuller and other people, not just Kevin Samuels, and there's a load of people you can be listening to in this YouTube space, not just the manosphere, you can learn that really, if you see the programming, it's beyond toxic how they program the culture in America for Black people. Once you look globally at Black cultures and other cultures, you'll see there's actual tradition and actual positivity. But most of the shit that we get taught in America from the last 40 years from our women-dominated culture has been beyond toxic. And now you also have men that are in this space who have seen their kids taken away. They're paying for kids they're not seeing. They're been fed all the lies that men ain't shit, and then they try to do the right thing, and they still get these outcomes. You have men that have stepped up to be stepfathers, and then all of a sudden they get divorced, and they're still paying alimony. This is a global thing. This is not just a manosphere thing. It's not just a Black thing. This is a modern woman thing. So it's not just about them being lames and weirdos. And dude, you got a whole fucking flat top. Own it. I'm a weirdo.
Hey, Chef, pull out the shot
Everybody, a lot of people love to have this whole cookie cutter standard of what you're supposed to be as a man.
All right, just make sure you don't cut me off because don't censor me. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking. He already know where I'm about to go. So you already know where I'm about to go. Nigga, you's a bitch ass nigga straight like that. All right. And I'm not talking about you.
Now you're literally doing something.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this clown ass nigga. So first of all, you made a fucking female ass shot talking about my flat top. First of all, it's not a flat top. I just have curly hair. Your bald head ass looking like a motherfucking duck.
Jealousy, man. Don't worry. It's all jealousy, man. That's why I'm coming for the flat top, all right? I wish I had.
Bald head like a motherfucker, your old ass.
Hey, I won custody of my kids. This is what happens when you win responsibility.
No. If you're a man, you won't have to win custody of your kids like that. You should have did what you're supposed to do, and you would have had your children with you at all times. That's what you're supposed to do from the jump.
I'm sorry. So
that's what you're supposed to do from the jump. I'm still talking for first and foremost. So anyway, like I said, one thing when people say certain things, I don't take into account if they don't bother me because it's not about me. But obviously your bitch ass had to say something because I'm talking about you. Okay. Obviously you resonate with them motherfuckers. Because you had to come up here and say something and defend. I don't defend bitches. I don't defend lames because I'm not in that category. Straight up. So if you're not part of the solution,
I think there's knowledge you can learn from all types.
If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
I think you can learn from the
I don't resonate with deadbeat dads. I don't come out here to defend deadbeat dads because I'm not one. I don't come out here to defend lames because I'm not one. The only people that have something to say is the ones that either worship these clowns, these Kevin Samuels.
What is a nigga, by the way? Anyway, I'm not actually aware of that. What is it? Because you call me a bitch ass nigga. What is a nigga to you?
You.
What does that mean?
You the definition. Straight like that.
That's a really bad. So what is a nigga? So every time you use the word nigga, that means you're referring to me?
Yeah. Any bitches like you that come and defend motherfuckers when they have a comment about somebody else. I don't come co-signing for another
That's your
person.
definition of nigga?
Yeah. Your bitch
That's a really
is.
bad definition, sir.
What you saying, Vic?
Can y'all clean it up a little bit? We do got a lady on stage.
Oh, well, hey, I wasn't. Hey, he wanted to come up here.
I'm just saying, just clean it up a little bit. Keep saying your point.
He wanted to come up here and talk. No, I mean, I'm not going to keep going back and forth because I don't.
You can't even explain what the word nigga means to. You're completely putting it onto me. So what is nigga? Why do you say that word with such?
Look, I'm not going into a diatribe about what the word nigga.
Hey, yeah, speak on your point. What the fuck? You can't. You said a lot.
Yeah. Are you done?
What did you want to address with him? Did he answer your question?
No, he pretty much just did nothing but insults, and there was no.
So we got the insult part out of the way.
Yeah, you the one that said something. You the one went to the flat top making a fucking joke about something. Again,
I got a powerful voice. Don't forget the truth.
Keep the conversation light and have a quick little. I didn't want to come in and have I'm like, yo, and I make fun of my own bald spot. Like, I've been doing this bartending shit for years. So if you're that,
restate your question. Restate your question, Frank.
Yeah, what question? Yeah, he didn't have no fucking question. He just wanted to come up here and defend the manosphere. He wanted their bitches. That's all it is to it. He wanted to come up here.
No, what he asked is, why wouldn't you try to understand what these people were saying, including the guy in the chat that you wasn't feeling?
What is not? Try to understand guys that's complaining about not getting no ass. I don't understand that.
Why can't he have that position?
I don't understand that.
So I'm gonna jump in real quick.
He can have. Hold on, Truth. He can have whatever he want to have. I didn't say he had. It's my opinion. That's some lame ass shit to be complaining about a female all the damn time when all y'all out here is trying to get some ass. All they talking about is getting ass.
So hold on one second.
All these lame ass motherfucking fresh and fit motherfuckers, y'all.
True. Give me a second. This is very important though. All right.
Niggas that get females don't complain. I never complain about the females.
True. Give me a second, man. Just trust me, bro. Give me a second. So I want you to let's remember this. This is the battlegrounds, and when I say the battlegrounds, this is more so a debate battleground. That was always the initial part of this thing. And the thing is, it's an open place for discourse, not discord. Discord is chaos, unbridled chaos, but it's a place for discourse. So one of the things is we have an open place so that the folks that agree with us, if somebody we have on doesn't agree with them, that person who has something to say, they got an open room to say it and make their peace, right? So far, What the Funk came on, he hasn't actually said much at all, right? He just asked a question. I don't know if you've had any interaction with him before. I'm thinking maybe you have, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
you from the Lapeef group, motherfucker.
Fam, I have never
remember, we got a lady in here. We got a flower in here, bro. We got a new flower in here.
Hey, Chef, you the one that put the shots fired up here, and I said, "You sure you want me to go?" Because I'm gonna talk regular. All right, then did it. If you don't want me to talk like this,
I'm saying you gave it up already. That's anything else is overkill. You know what I'm saying?
All right, the conversation over with then.
Before we acknowledge the lady on the stage, you know what I'm saying? You was well within your rights to defend.
Okay, lady on the stage, so conversation over with now.
The conversation don't got to be over with, but you don't.
I'm not talking like it. I'm not. That's cool. Y'all can talk.
You got the right. You got the right. You got the right to not speak on that.
All right. Then.
Now, what the funk? Now you came up here because I don't know if you wanted to speak the truth directly or you wanted to address your point. Would you like to continue to address your point?
I legitimately, I thought I made my point where it's like, it's not just a manosphere thing. It's a modern woman thing, and it's happening globally. And these men that are being called lames and weirdos, possibly let's listen to them instead of shaming them, because the points that a lot of these men are making are legitimate points. Even in the whole thing with Kevin Samuels, but it's not just Kevin Samuels. You can take what these people are saying that are problematic issues in our culture and apply it, and hopefully get the ladies to understand that there are certain things they need to be accountable about. So
would you consider yourself red pill?
No, I don't consider myself red pill.
Do you align with most of the views contained inside of the manosphere as a whole?
I don't know most of the views in the manosphere. Like I've been world travel for a while, so it's just I'm in line with how men are broken by women from bartending and hearing these men tell these stories of what it's really like when they're trying to do the right things or when divorces happen. And I've been hearing those stories since I'm 20 years old. It's the only time I see men really breaking down and crying is when they're having to go through these situations where women are putting them through the ringers in divorce and putting them through the ringers with baby mama drama. It's the only time I've seen men broken. So it's been beyond refreshing in the last 2 years to finally see some of these points that men have been making come into a forefront where people can have conversations about it. I don't see why there's such anger about these conversations.
So my question. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Dad.
But what the fuck? You know, I'm gonna say this: that the manosphere has been eye-opening, okay, but I'm gonna tell you that it's eye-opening, and there is a lot of facts there, but there's nothing for somebody that really, if it's really about bringing Black families back together, or families, or demonizing women, okay, bringing up those traditional values back to women. How can we get there when you guys are spilling the facts, but it's like saying it in such a demeaning way that we can't even receive it. Like I'm trying,
It's the easiest thing in the world to be offended by something. And I think that's something that's also in our culture, that we kill about being offended. We kill about disrespect. We kill about somebody using the wrong tone. And we have to get over that. We have to get off the fact that someone's tone, if someone's speaking knowledge, if someone's saying something, then receive it or don't. But we get so it's the easiest thing in the world to get offended by when Black people are with Black people. Hence this whole thing right here.
But if I tell you right now, shut the hell up, right? Would you be offended by my tone?
Will I be offended? No, I'll just kind of laugh at it and then I'll shut the fuck up, because again, there's no point arguing with that kind of energy. Same thing with the gentleman trying to do a little bitch ass nigga shit.
Let's say you wouldn't, but let's say another guy in the manosphere would, and I say, shut the hell up right now, because I'm talking, right? Let's say I say that to you. You're gonna be offended by my tone. And you're not going to shut up because I'm a female. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the same thing. You guys think that these females out here.
Wait a minute. You honestly think that if you told a man to shut the fuck up, he's going to do what? You haven't even presenting.
No,
what do you think a man's going to do?
I'm talking about receiving tone. Because you're saying, don't be offended by the tone. That we're just offended by tone. Okay, so I just use that to you. Like I would never tell a man to shut the F up. You know what I'm saying? But I said it to you just as an example. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I didn't say don't be offended by tone. I said it's the easiest thing in the world to be offended by. In our culture, we are always offended, and especially with women. Mm-hmm. When men say anything, they can always find a reason to be offended by that. So if that's the barometer, we got to have these conversations without offending a woman, then it's going to be impossible. And please understand that we have heard so much from women on your side without having to be offended. So, I mean, it's not the point we're saying it's your turn now. It's about trying to find the middle ground. Both sides have.
Where's the middle ground?
Both sides have.
Where's the middle ground, Funk?
So how do we find the middle ground? If both sides are too busy being offended about the other people's points, then we're not going to find the middle ground.
Drive real quick, Vic.
I got you. So what the Funk? Listen. Forget whatever, you know what I'm saying, back and forth y'all just had. I heard what you said. I heard what D-Rails93 said. I heard what Miss Dev said, right? Now, my question to you is, I haven't heard you yet say I'm a part of the manosphere. I like the manosphere. I watch all of the manosphere stuff. You didn't co-sign to any of that, right? So you haven't identified yourself as a part of the manosphere, but you're here defending the manosphere. So what I ask you is this: if my other brothers who want to say whatever they want to say in the manosphere are approved, and like for instance, my brother Truth and some of us who don't necessarily co-sign to the way that the manosphere approaches the subjects that they approach, not the message that they're putting out, but the presentation of their approach, then where is this middle ground that you talk about? Because we ain't just talking like circles just to argue for the sake of, you know what I'm saying? So we here at the very tender moment in the show where you could really display what you're thinking. I've seen you on a couple other platforms. I believe that you're an intellectual brother. So would you like to expound some of these things that you've thought about that may be this middle ground that you're talking about?
I think you have to realize that like the manosphere is legitimately just people. The gentleman above me was absolutely correct. Fresh and Fit are completely idiotic. But again, when people are trying to make money, especially in this kind of climate in the pandemic, you're going to get a lot of fake ass people who are loud and boisterous because loud and boisterous sells in our community. What you have to do is kind of find the right people that are in the manosphere and then take nuggets from them. Am I a part of the manosphere? No, but I learned from the manosphere. Am I Amish? No, but I can learn from certain Amish people. Am I Christian? No, but I can learn from Christianity. You can learn from different aspects of so many things without having to be so much aligned with it. And with the manosphere being a YouTube type thing, you can't digest all of the stuff in the manosphere because it's legitimately thousands and thousands of channels. And especially the ones that I find are the ones that are under 100 subs that have amazing, amazing points. And I usually try to pick up some of those and then study something else. I study cultures. I study where cultures are heading. And right now with this manosphere, it's becoming a global conversation that I'm in Germany and I can have conversations with Black people in Sweden, in Amsterdam, and UK, and in America. And we can have these conversations that hopefully lead to us finally coming to a common ground. Or it can be a simple back and forth argument, which gets nothing done for the culture. That's why I don't want to argue with above me, because honestly, sir, I have never even had a conversation.
It's no need. You ain't got to keep addressing him. You made it clear.
But I want to put closure on it so we can maybe learn from each other.
Yeah, we hear you. But okay. My question for you at this point would be: I see inside of your last statement, you said a lot, but you started by what I would consider, if we're just being honest, shitting on Fresh and Fit. I don't remember exactly what you said verbatim, but you pretty much said that they was fake. You know what I'm saying? Why would you? So I'm saying the whole idea was that you have a position on what they teach. They have a lot of what I would consider disciples who would swear by them, regardless of any of the exposés that have been put out there on YouTube. They say, hey, what these guys told me, just like a pastor who don't follow his own lessons, but he changed and saved some lives in spite of. So there are some people who would disagree with you that they're fake. And I say that it's your opinion and your right to have it that you feel like they're fake. But the brother Truth and a lot of people like him feel like the majority of the space is more people like that. And that's his opinion, and he's entitled to it. Just like you're entitled, just think maybe it's just Fresh and Fit and a few bad apples. That's wait a minute. It's a matter.
Majority.
Hang on. I'm not saying that you can't speak. I just like to finish my thoughts so you can get a full spectrum of what I'm asking.
The manosphere is not being seen, sir. The majority of the manosphere.
How do you know?
What do you mean? How do I know? Because there's
you just said that you don't even watch it yourself. You don't have any idea about what's all in the manosphere
because you're saying the majority, but you're bringing up the popular ones, and those popular ones maybe be like 20 channels.
I'm not making and listen. It's not about whether it's popular or not. It's the simple fact that we're talking about opinions now. See? So it wouldn't really matter how many or what quality shows are we talking about. Now, if you say, hey man, I'll dig that show. I dig Kevin Samuels, and you can defend Kevin Samuels in particular, but you're defending the whole manosphere, which you've already made known that it's even impossible. It's impossible to even see it all because these people are everywhere, and there's a bunch of them, and there's no time to see it all. So you can't even make an informed opinion whether they're right, wrong, lame, fake, or anything. You nor him. So they're both based on opinion. So we can skip whether the manosphere is anything in particular. Now we can just talk about communication between brothers. And what just happened was you came and checked him on him speaking on something that you didn't think he had a full understanding of. And I said, hey, whatever your reason of checking him and telling him that he should be listening more to the people and maybe he could get a greater understanding and learn something from their perspective. I was saying to you, maybe you can learn from him and what he thinks, because he has a perspective just like you do and just like the people in the chat do. But his just doesn't align, and he's a little more extreme.
And I didn't know what the smoke was for. And that's why I said, that's why I did the whole flat top, and I even make fun of my own bald spot, because my goal is always to come full circle and find a conclusion. I'm not a fan of arguing back and forth and leaving that energy up in the air.
His position is just more extreme because his beliefs are more extreme. But sometimes you need to do extreme things if you want, take extreme measures if you want extreme things done. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be extraordinary. His path is extraordinary. His path is extraordinary. So it requires him to have a code and a moral code and a focus and a fierceness, and only certain men can walk these roads.
Where's the moral code when he legitimately says, bitch ass nigga right there? That's not moral.
I don't agree with that.
If anything,
I don't agree with him addressing you that way. That's why I'm addressing both of you right this moment.
He has this moral code, and that's why he was extreme.
So so you have to adhere to your own standard at all times for it to be your standard.
What is his standard then?
You would have to ask him. I'm not going to define his standard. But the issue that I'm addressing right now, is the fact that just because you know the Bible, and the grace is what we were really talking about. You understand what I'm saying? Because even amongst your own moral code, sometimes you may find yourself in a rage or fit or an emotional state that gets you off of what we consider a square. So when someone or some kind of trigger or something causes you to go outside of what you expect.
Sorry, Vic. Miss Deb, you got two, you're on the screen twice. I don't know if it's two devices or you're logged in twice. You would have to drop one of them, please.
She bipolar.
One is east, one is west. All right, cool. Go ahead. Sorry, Vic. Do you think?
All right. Man, I smoke too much to stop, Chef.
You keep fucking with me when I'm in my mode. That's a line from Hustle and Flow, by the way. But anyway.
But yeah. I mean, the basis that I'm getting at is that we all have a code of sorts. We all fall short of even our own code. Yeah. We all fall short of even our own code sometimes, and we have to get back on track. Yeah, I should have been working out and I fell off. Yeah, I should have been paying more attention to my girl, but I didn't. Yeah, I should have whatever. So if the brother Truth understands, I don't think it's lost on him that he shouldn't. And if you ask him, he'll probably say he shouldn't have said those particular words to you on a public platform in the way that he said it, even though he probably meant every single word that he said. You understand what I'm saying? So it's okay for him to feel like that. It's okay for him to feel like that about you. It's just not okay for him to present it in such a way.
I've been on a panel with him. So again, this is something that's inside of us in American culture. We are so quick to disrespect each other and so quick to cast off, well, he's lame, he's weird, he's stupid, because we are ready to insult. We're ready to have the dozens right away. And there's not going to be any middle ground. And then The sisters are trying to say the same thing, where it's like, yo,
No,
how do
brother.
we have this conversation to meet the middle ground when there's so much disrespect? The disrespect happens with black men to black men, and disrespect happens from black women to black women, and the disrespect happens from black men to black women. We have to figure out a whole new way to communicate.
Is what you're saying is true, but did you notice that there was already something in the water when you tasted it? I use analogy sometimes, but I'm just saying when you walked in the room, I call it read the room. When you walked in the room and you said what you said immediately, I don't even think you had said anything yet, but he addressed you.
Yeah, as soon as I came, this bitch ass nigga here.
So he was already feeling some energy towards you, and he even said that he had seen you somewhere else before. So if anything, those would be the things that you would want to address and say, hey, you seen me from where? Nah, I think you got me twisted up, because that ain't what I'll say or what I believe. You know what I'm saying?
Again, that's his opinion. My thing was, have we ever spoken? And I'm trying to figure out why all of a sudden, as soon as I'm coming up, I'm bitch ass nigga when I've never even spoken to this gentleman. And then he doubled down on it and even got more upset. So that was trying to figure out what, it's hard to have a foundational conversation in that. But I'm calm the whole time.
Did you say something in the chat before you came up? Because there was something.
You guys have access to the chat. Let's pull it up, because let's see if there's anything in the chat that I said that's disrespectful, except for the fact that I said he missed a whole lot of points. But again, if he's disrespected by that, then that's one of the things I speak about. We are so easily offended by us talking to each other. There's nothing in the chat that I've said that's disrespectful to him as a person. But if he is fine disrespecting that, then that's also part of the toxins that have been programmed in us in American Black culture.
Yo, Vic.
Yo.
You articulated yourself very, very well. You said that is the main reason why I got upset, is because exactly what you said. Exactly what you said. He come up here talking, and then he going to say that, oh, I don't represent the manosphere. I haven't even seen all that stuff like that. I haven't done all this. Then what? And you heard what I was talking about. I'm talking about the manosphere. So if you don't got nothing to do with that, what are you up here talking about? You're not saying nothing then, because that's what I'm talking about. If you want to talk about something different, you should have came up here and said, hey, can we talk about something different? No, I'm talking about them motherfucking lames. If you're not one of them, don't come up here defending. I made that clear. But since you came up here defending, I said, yes, you are a lame.
Tell you what, this is your platform. You told me not to come
this
up.
Ain't my platform.
You're acting like it is. So
no, I'm the one talking. You came up here to talk to me.
Again, you have bass in your voice. I do not.
You came up here to talk. This is how I talk, man. I'm a man. I'm sorry. I'm not no pussy.
Wait. That's how you talk because you're a man? That's how men talk?
That's how men talk. We aggressive.
That's not how men talk, sir.
Oh, I'm supposed to talk like you? That's not how men talk, sir. I'm supposed to talk like that?
Talk with reverence and respect. Sure. That sounds.
I have no reverence and respect for you.
Again, then that's how we.
That's real talk.
Truth. So, question, Truth. Because remember,
I just told you.
No. It's all good. It's all good. What I'm trying to say is, this is important, though. This is important, bro. Make like this is Congress. Make like this is a presidential debate. This person and that person, when they standing at the podium, they could be like, look at him, he's a bitch ass nigga and all of this, that, and the other. You get what I'm saying? But they don't. Why? Because the power of their words and the power of the debate, the power of the argument they're making is that strong. They don't have to, right?
Did you see the last presidential debate?
I'm not talking about that one. I know. Because you want to hear something funny? They said everything but that. What was funny about it? Look, I was gonna be like, so Biden is trying to. I didn't even say. I was like, nope, that's not a good example. But I want you to think about this, bro. I want you to be real when you think about this, man. Here's what I want. And this is just me talking to you, make like nobody else is in the room. I want you to be the same way that you are if we having a biblical debate, bro. Right? And the reason when we having that biblical debate, some dudes can't stand in that ring with you. And the thing is, when it's a biblical debate, you don't even have to go to the point of shut the fuck up, bitch. I mean, you don't even have to go that route. You know why? Because the depth of your knowledge and your grasp of the word of God, of the word of your God, our God, is so powerful that you feel emboldened and you feel strong. You feel like you got a galactic heavenly suit of armor on, and you move that route, bro. What I'm saying is that in this situation right now, what's happening is that it's not a debate. What it is that because so when we was talking, I rewound and I literally put up each of the messages that What the Funk put in here into the chat, right? And what I'm noticing from the time that things popped off, and you know, I got to be real about it, right? It was, I'm going to go to when he just popped in. You see it on the screen. What's up, y'all? And then something was being said at that was 328 when he said the other one. This one's 329. Wait, really? So I'm assuming something he heard he didn't like. Chef said, peace, brother. And then he said, is she fine? And after 3 dates and she wants you, you are ignoring, right? And then we go down again to his next one. Stop the cap.
Mm-hmm.
That is, he said, stop the cap. That is not most men in the manosphere.
So what do I hate? With this statement, tell me something that's going to trigger me. Just read that.
No, I get it. Stop you mean the cap when
not just the cap. That is not most men in the manosphere. Didn't he just come up here and fucking say to you, Vic, that he don't know most of them, yo? Didn't he just say that shit? He just said that shit.
I know that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, but that's what pissed me off. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, yo, you want to emotional. That's hold on.
It ain't emotional. I don't like dumb shit. That's what triggers me. I don't like dumb shit.
But listen. Let me just say this. Let me say this, Drew.
Yeah, you contradicted your dumb ass self. You're gonna say I don't know. That is not what most men in the manosphere.
You have an emotional outburst like this.
No, you trigger.
We gotta use the words. We gotta use our words. We gotta use our words. We gotta use our words, Truth. And when I say we gotta use our words, if I think the way that I am, if I think somebody's dumb in terms of the argument that they're making, I think that they're dumb. What I'm gonna do is, I don't have to call them dumb. All I got to do is allow them to continue to speak. All I will have to do is allow them to continue to speak or ask them certain questions. All I'm saying is, so far, right? If we pull out our lens and we look back, forget our personal feelings, bro. You know, you're going off. You're going off. And I understand folks going off. It's all good. I get it. But what I'm saying is, what he's saying is like, yo, bro, I'm not even coming at you like that. You know, okay, I disagree with something you're saying. But right now, it's just like when we play the dozens. When we play the dozens, you know, rank out. Where I'm from, we call it rank out. The person that get mad and start cussing is the one that lost. You feel me? So the thing is, we in the boxing ring, we in the battlegrounds. There's gloves, there's headgear, there's the Queensberry rules. We gotta have them rules, bro. You get what I'm saying? And you gotta be able to crush them with the words, but not just you. And I think the thing is, I know you get where I'm coming from, but I just want to make sure I say it. But we got to allow the man an opportunity to speak, because so far he ain't go in. I know you feel what you feel.
No, he already did. Vic, I wasn't going to say shit else. He kept bringing me up. Vic already got all that shit up out of him. Vic was the calm one. He asked specific questions to pull shit out, because Vic knew where the fuck I was mad at. I just can't stand it that these motherfuckers keep defending that bullshit, man. That's not solving shit. And then it's always niggas like him that come up here like, yo, like,
I've never even been on this platform before. What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about up on here, man.
What happened, Truth?
Huh?
What happened before tonight that
No,
made you lose respect for him? You don't sound like you have a lot of respect for him, and I've seen you
no.
talk to people you didn't know.
Yeah,
before.
exactly. I don't have respect because he said this shit before on another platform. We've got into it before on another platform with him defending Courtney and shit like that. All types of crazy shit. We was in the chat arguing and all that type of shit. And I told him straight up. And look at this bitch ass nigga still want to type. But this what I'm saying, yo. These are motherfucking lames, yo. They get on here and this is shit. This is what bothers me. Men don't get triggered. No, I would smack the shit out your ass. Straight up.
Yo,
fuck you talking about?
True.
Okay, so now we want to get physical.
Here's
niggas, man.
You remember we were talking about rage?
So you want to get physical, you want to say you want to smack the shit out of me. And this is the toxicity that comes in our culture. Now I can be one way and be like,
bitch ass nigga, I was talking to him.
Why do you keep referring to me as bitch ass nigga?
Because you still fucking talking, nigga. I was talking to him.
Why are you yelling?
Because you keep fucking talking.
Okay, well then I'll tell you what. If my talking is triggering you, then this has been a very great conversation. And I've learned a lot. And I look forward to having more conversations with you in the future, sir.
You gonna let punk you off the stage, man? You gonna let that man punk you from Germany, man?
So
what? Stand your ground.
You guys
stand your ground. What the fuck?
See, that's the only reason why. See, that's how y'all play with this shit. See, I don't play this.
Because you get louder does not mean that you're more correct.
So listen, True. Let me say this to you.
Yes, ma'am.
One thing I want to say to you is that I want to give you a compliment on something. I want to tell you that I like your voice. So I don't like it when it's escalated like this. So I really would appreciate if we can get that calm demeanor back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then number two, what the funk, right?
What's up?
I know you're vocal on other platforms because I've seen you before. So this is the first time I think I actually have seen this humble. So now that I got you here, can you stay a little while? Because I do want to ask a couple of questions. Sure, and I like Truth's take on it because over here, one of the things that Chef says is it's an hour sphere, not so much a manosphere. Okay, so me again, I am from that older generation that I don't want to say anybody's name, but certain platforms would say we are the downfall. Okay, so let's say if I take some accountability, which you seem to be a man that likes the modern woman to take accountability for how far we've come. So if I'm taking some accountability, then again, we kind of need you guys because I actually, men are saying that we would be more accountable if we hear it from other women. But to be honest with you, nothing has opened my eyes more than hearing it from men. Okay, just number one, Kevin Samuels. Okay, now of course I have to stop listening to Kevin Samuels because the shit just got gloomy. But now I'm at Lapeef. Now I'm listening to TLA. Now I'm with Conversations with King. Now I'm in here with Chef. You're here. You keep talking about things that need to be corrected. So let's have the conversation. And this is what I'm trying to pull out from the manosphere. Stop telling women, because there's one thing that y'all are not understanding. You got our attention. And number two, we want every time somebody goes on Kevin Samuel's stage, on platform, they keep saying, yes, I want to get married. Black women are saying, yes, we want Black men. So stop telling us that we don't. We do. As old as I am, and I'm over 50, okay? So as old as I am, whether I hit the wall or not, I'm still that damn hopeful woman. You understand? So let's have the conversations. Stop beating us on the brow. I won't take offense to it because women are alone. Facts. We're alone. Young and old. And we want to hear what the hell y'all got to say, but we can't hear it. You hear what I'm saying? That's to you with the funk.
I hear what you're saying, but again, I think that it's very. You said you stopped watching Kevin Samuels. May I ask why? You said it was too much, correct?
It got to be too much, yeah.
Okay.
I learned a lot.
Okay, so if you learned a lot, but it became too much, why would you stop watching?
You know, for one, yes, the truth hurts. Okay. But it's, you hear it over and over and over. And then, you know, when you're listening on his platform, he's running the show. So then you see women, you're not going to like this word, you see women get demeaned, and then you take it as a woman, you take it as, oh damn, she's being demeaned. But I know he's hitting her in teaching us truths, and he's trying to change, he's trying to shift. I get it, but somebody's going up there saying, help me. Every woman that goes up there is trying to learn something. They're trying to become a wife.
That's so not true. So many women go on the platform to prove a point. So many women go on the platform
you think so?
Yes, I do think so.
You think they're going up there to challenge him?
Absolutely. I watched the program more than you, and many times the women go up there to show that they're different, or to challenge his points, or to feel like there's some anomaly, when in reality, they're not.
Do you think there's, okay, let's say some. Do you think there's a good amount that go up there to get advice and help?
Yes, if they do not match, if they match the energy, just like I came up to have a conversation, sometimes the women go up there with the want to argue, and those maybe don't walk away with a good experience. But there's plenty of times, and he just did a show yesterday where he was talking about, it's been 1 year since Average at Best, and he had a smoke show where he wanted women to come on and argue. And what happened is most women came on and say, thank you for giving us a perspective of what men have been talking about maybe in the last 20 years in their barbershops and in their in their own locker rooms, and put it in a forefront where we can actually have conversations. This was legitimately the show that just aired 5 hours ago.
Let me ask you something. What the fuck? Is Kevin Samuels the? Do you consider him to be a part of this manosphere?
Oh yeah.
Surprisingly, no, I don't. I think he's actually trying to get past. I think he's moving past it.
So let's take it off of Kevin Samuels. Who else do you watch in the manosphere that you support their message, that you would put your stamp on?
In the manosphere, the lead attorney, at times Uncle Stu, Blind Guy and his wife. Blind Guy and his wife have an amazing channel where he's always dropping nuggets. It's not so much where he's speaking so much on manosphere parts, but it's just to see a relationship of a wife and a husband, and the way that they are so symbiotic is beyond magical. I enjoy their channel a lot. The Ingram Experience, he has under 300 subscriptions, but man, he drops nuggets all the time. I have a whole list right here because I'm actually going to end up taking this platform and doing it over here on this side of the planet. So if you like, I will give you a PowerPoint where it just has like a list of 40 different smaller Black channels of men who are like in this manosphere, who are speaking with logical points, trying to find a middle ground. And it's not so much rah rah, because again, those are the ones that are popular. Those are the ones because drama in our community sells.
Yeah, I'm trying to get on your top 40, bro. You know, I'm still building, fam. Trying to get in there, man.
Look, you're in my top 40. No bullshit. Like, you are always the middle ground with this shit. You are always.
Mama, we made it.
Show over.
Hey, what the fuck?
Yes.
I wanna kind of like wrap what I'm saying because I can't go all the way into it. That's not what we're here to do. I think why we was here tonight. But
Okay.
I
Can
do
I
want to
answer
kind
the
of
question?
corner your position to a particular issue that I had a question with because you brought up the Ingram experience. And
Yes.
if he's the same person I believe he is, I may be mistaken, but I spoke to a gentleman with a similar name, and he offered that the gentleman Boyce Watkins was
Yeah. Yeah.
a plague of sorts, and people like him, and that he was encouraging other men to marry single mothers. And I've heard that more than once in a couple of different places. And he said that you wouldn't want your children, you would want them to have the best. So why would you encourage them to take in someone else's debt or responsibility? Or and he went on, to name other things that would be negatives about dating single mothers. But then in the same breath, he said that it was very important that we repair the Black family and make sure that these young boys out here are getting the message and of what a strong man should look like.
Okay.
So my question to you is, where do you stand on the position of men dating single mothers, or not even dating but marrying single mothers?
I think it's truly important, especially in our community. But the problem is we have to get some of the laws changed, or some of the mentality and some of the women changed, where it's if a man, it used to be, let's say in the 50s, if a woman had a child out of wedlock, or if a woman had a child, she would kind of end up going lower in looks with a man that's more able to provide, and then give him like the love he would have probably never gotten. But because he stepped up to the plate to be a stepfather, now he's with a woman that's really out of his league looks wise, but because he's providing, she's giving him, herself, and like she's committed to him. That's kind of how it used to be. But now what's happening, like maybe 50 years later, is women who have a child out of wedlock, they honestly still think they can get a man that's better and also better looking and better. And that's where it's all backwards. So to be a man, to step up and be a stepfather, there really is no honor in that anymore, the way that it used to be. And to the fact, I've seen many men who have stepped up to be stepfathers, and then when it's over, they never see those kids again. So what happens to all that energy and all that emotion they poured into these children, when all of a sudden now the woman says, well, we're not together, it's over. That hurts men. That hurts. And I don't understand why women do not understand that. But yes, stepfathers are truly important in our community, but we have to figure out a way to actually get them real rights and real honor in the community again. And when that happens, then I will say, absolutely step up. But I honestly think that men who have children need to be having relations with women with children. If a man does not have a child, I would not recommend him stepping up to the plate and becoming a stepfather, especially if he's under 30 years old.
So at the 30-year-old threshold, you say that it's more appropriate.
Yes, I would say at 30 years old, you've kind of, you know who you are. You have faith in a little bit of what you're trying to become. And if you meet a woman that has children and she motivates you, she is your muse, and she is somebody that you want to build with, then after 30 years old, I say, hey, go for it. But I think a lot of times in our culture, and I can speak to this at 23 years old, I was expected to be dating women who had children, and I didn't want to. And I had to play with that role, and I did it once, and it hurt when we broke up. And I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. But many men sign on that dotted line, either having a child with a woman that already has children, or marrying a woman that already has children, and it ends up completely ruining their lives. Men who have children should be stepfathers to women who have children. And I think that's the most logical way to look at it.
What do you think about that, Chef?
So he said that I believe that men who have children should be stepfathers to women that have children.
Aww.
I absolutely agree. And I'm going to tell you what makes me agree. A man who's never had a child and is living, we're going to use the living in his purpose. He got his own shit to do, and he's living in his purpose. Just the same way everybody's not meant to be a soldier. Everybody's not warrior class. Everybody can't be a general. Some people are infantrymen. You know, it is what it is. And when we look at it in that situation, it's like, it makes more sense. It does make sense that somebody that's been a father, or someone, has been somebody that is a father, would be able to fully respect the situation that this woman has going on, primarily because the mother of his children has it going on without his ass. So it will make sense in terms of level of understanding. When you get someone that's never been with a mother of children before, guess what? It's a learning curve. It's a major learning curve. So if somebody that has children meets a man that has children, it's going to be logically, technically, clinically, it should make more sense because this person understands what she's going through. And even if he doesn't fully understand what she's going through because he's not with his ex, at least he knows he's going to learn what they're going through from this person, because he knows he's created that situation or that dynamic elsewhere. So I totally agree. It makes a lot more sense that somebody within the same situation would get with someone because there's going to be a higher degree of understanding as well as a higher degree of natural sensitivity that you would have to that other person with children.
And more respect to the child's father or the other child's mother.
I agree.
Yeah, people play the role really differently when they don't have children. Whereas if I see another man or another woman who has children, they don't really get into the arguments with the baby mother, baby father, the way that I see people who don't have children or have that situation. They'll step up and really be disrespectful.
It's funny that you said that because, and I even said it on Conversations with King show. I dealt with, there was a lady I dealt with, and the father of her child, she wasn't with him. The thing is, the kid, beautiful kid, awesome. He was fun, entertaining, you know what I mean? Like, kicked it with him all the time, And what was crazy is what I did was I never talked crazy, even though I thought his dad was somebody that if he was in front of me, I can't speak to what would have taken place because some of the stuff that he did, sent police to the house, all kind of funniness. He would be the one that would call the police to have them come and do a welfare check on the kid if she hung up on him because he was cussing her out. The thing is, his son never knew. His son used to think, he was like, "You're a superhero." And that was the thing, I fight crime at night. And the thing is, I said that, me and your dad were superheroes together, but he had to go back to St. Croix, the Virgin Islands. He had to go back. So right now I'm just here, to make sure you're okay. And I literally made him feel as though I was his dad's partner in making sure that he was safe. It sounds crazy, but it was a beautiful thing.
Awesome.
Yeah, what was crazy is, the thing is, I did not like his pops. And when he did come back from St. Croix, back into the U.S., and he wanted to see, came to see his son, I wasn't there. He told her, he was like, "Yo, I want to talk to him. I want to talk to him," And then she was like, why? He's like, "Don't worry about it. I want to talk to him." Me and him had a mutual friend, and my mutual friend, I didn't speak to in like 3 months. He hit me up. He was like, "Yo, David's in town. Listen, man, he got no beef, man. Like, real talk, he got no beef. He said he just want to talk to you." I was like, "Man, I don't talk to that dude." He was like, "Nah, pup, That's my nickname. Nah, pup. Like, he wants to tell you thank you, bro. He wants to tell you thank you. He heard him. He said, I talked to him, and he had tears come out of his eyes when he told me about that superhero shit. I didn't even know. So it was like, hell, man. That's why I move the way that I move, because I understand that one of the biggest problems that we have as human beings, even though we got these brains, we don't use the majority of the mental capacity. And a lot of times it's people that we see and we look at them in a certain way, but we base everything as though we are the sun and this is our universe and they fucking with us. When in the end, we got to pay close attention to what folks don't understand, what we don't understand. You know, I could put myself in a different dynamic with this man, but if I had moved in a way that I didn't, I would not have a situation with a mother. You know, the father of my lady's child would want to thank me, brought him to tears. You know, so look, man, you know, I didn't share this story to get oh damn. What up, Darrell? Go to sleep, yo.
Darrell never sleeps.
Right.
He worse than me.
Listen, right now he's somewhere editing a reaction video on the Bible right now. But yo, let me tell you.
But real talk before you continue. Please,
yeah.
I can do it myself, but please clip that whole last 3 minutes, because that's something I would love to share to. I think it's something that this is kind of finding the middle ground. This is a thing that many men need to see, because it's very telling what you did, because that's what we need in our community. And what happens a lot of times is that men will end up trying to be, because maybe the woman has certain bad things to say about the ex-husband, they'll come in and try to leave him out of it. And that's what's wrong with a lot of things that we do in our community. That whole situation could have been you guys having fisticuffs, and that would have been normal. And that would have been the normal man thing to go through in the Black community. But what you did was completely outside the box, and that's what we need to hear more examples of. So please clip it and upload it, and I'm about to share the shit out of it, or I'll just record it when you end it and just share it personally to people. But I hope you get the views, so I would rather you do that.
You already said, look, even though you didn't give an order, I'm gonna take that as an order, so I know I can increase my views in Germany and Deutschland.
These conversations are happening globally, and especially in Switzerland, and these are things that, especially in Black men and kind of going through the court system. And I got lucky as hell in my situation, but I'm a rare anomaly. Most men get completely pushed out of and that happens. And it's not just, that's why I say it's bigger than just the manosphere. It's really a global thing. And these kind of conversations are happening with white people, with Asians, with Latino, with Latino. Not so much with Muslim, because man, they kind of got that shit in check.
Right.
But real talk, there's always information to be learning. And that's why I love kind of watching smaller channels like this sometimes, because you really find some great diamonds. And what you just spoke was a diamond that I hope so many more people hear and even have panel discussions about.
Hey, what the funk?
What's
That's
up?
what we do over here.
Yeah, it's funny. You know, the first time, all the time, what the funk? You know, I thought that was your gimmick, man. It's like every time I would see you, you would be laid across the couch. That was like
Hey, it's that guy.
people got pissed about that. I was like, okay, let me stop. I didn't know why people got pissed. You know, I was like, I ain't paying for therapy. I had a great couch and everything. I want to lay down and have these conversations, and people were like offended. So I was like, all right, fuck it. Let me sit up. Let me have my kids do some art and put a little backdrop, since that's what everyone's doing, and start joining these conversations.
Well, we appreciate you coming through, because you helped us get started.
I swear to God, I love that shit. I put it on my projector like at least every 3 days, and I start putting music on in my own background. And that art piece, I love putting it on my wall and just watching it.
Oh, you talking about this one?
Yeah, I put it on my projector.
You saw the one I sent you, right?
Yeah, I got it. I love it.
Cool. I'm glad, man. I'm glad you guys are gonna see some more. And if you know, believe it or not, you know, he actually inspired some more of the art that you're gonna be seeing. Real talk. He needs to show you that video of the kids doing that painting. That was pretty dope. But I'll let him do that for his page. Red Lipstick doesn't like the lightning. She doesn't like the lightning background. It was a little too much for the eyes.
No, she's from the Bayou, you know. So you know they you know.
Oh yeah, they don't like that. Right. He threw shots from Germany at you. But yeah,
I've been on her platform too. She's legit. She's awesome.
Okay, cool. But listen, man. Let me say this: we got Miss Deb, we got Truth, we got Just Vic, we got What the Funk on deck. All right. Listen. 4 hours and 36 minutes into this stream, which was I thought was only going to be about an hour and a half, maybe 2 and change. But it had nothing to do with me. It had to do with you guys. So since you guys were a part of this stream here, I want to let each one of you say your piece before we wrap this thing up. I first want to allow our Flower, who's been patient while watching the men wrestle. You know, I'm gonna let Flower, Miss Deb, talk to us. Talk to me, Miss Deb.
Well, guys, for somebody that's getting over COVID, this has definitely been a pleasure. And I'm glad that I had the courage to come up on such a night as this. You know, I've always, you know, like I said, I'm always in the back. And I'm just studying and I'm just watching and I'm listening. And sometimes, you know, if you wait long enough, you see, like I saw something different in What the Funk, you know. So I was kind of ready to go with Truth. But then I sat back. And I saw your demeanor. So then I felt like, you know, let me tap Truth on the shoulder and tell him, give him a pass tonight, you know, so we can have the conversation, right? So that's what I like. You know, Chef has always been about balance. And sometimes, Chef, you got to talk to us like I'm going to steal something from Anton, like we're a C student, because I'm like, can somebody interpret what the hell Chef is saying right now? You know, he's so woke and so deep sometimes, but I learned.
Listen, I'm working on it.
You gotta look in the chat. He put the definitions up.
I learned from it. And you know what, Vic, I give it to you. You do. I think you are the interpreter that I've been asking for, because, you know, even I don't know what it is with the men in the lights.
He's the Chef Crib Notes.
You know, why everybody's in the light. These men in the lights now. I don't. This is something new in 2021. Okay. But it's been my pleasure. And Truth, you please have a good night.
You too, Miss Deb. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate you, Miss Deb.
All right, fellas. See you.
You
again.
have a blessed night, all right, Flower?
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Get well soon, Miss Debbie.
All righty. Bye-bye.
All right. So she gave us some homework. I got to dumb it down. Vic, you got to translate for me. All right. What the funk continue to be calm, and then Truth, calm down. Right. So What the Funk, I'm gonna let you grab the mic and, you know, share your stuff, share your page, let them know where they can find you and your point of view as well. We know you're coming back here because I might have to you know, send some folks out to Stasi out to Germany, come and bring your ass over here. All right. So if you don't want that, then you got to log in, yo. But let them know where they can find you, your point of view, and whatever you got going on, brother.
Pretty much my channel is on this side of the planet. They have funk music, and I just want Black people to get exposed to it and take this genre of music from white people, since they took music from us all the time. There's a money-making genre over here on this side of the planet that I think Black people don't really know about, which is a combination of Memphis funk and screw music.
Yep.
So check it out, dive into the channel, and then if you need connections with people who do visuals, I'm happy to connect the dots. I'll start doing my radio show again after my birthday when I turn the big 40. And once I get that started, check it out. The last thing I want to say though is with your nickname, the Nighthawks, there's a kick-ass band called The Midnight, and they have a song called Nighthawks that I think you might enjoy, and they have a video, and it even has a saxophone cover that I know a guy did that I'll send to you in Instagram, and I think you'll enjoy it. But if you want to find the two good ones, look up The Midnight, Nighthawks, and type in Hackers, because a guy did a video edit with the movie Hackers from the 90s with it, which is
that movie was dope.
And type up The Midnight, Nighthawks saxophone cover, and you'll see a guy with a white suit jacket, and I mean, he tears it apart. And if you like the saxophone, The Midnight is one of the best bands that incorporates saxophone in their music.
It's dope.
That's it.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yo, but talk to me, Truth. What you got, man?
Oh, I'll get off. All right, you guys stay easy.
All right. Be safe. God bless. Hold it down and you know where to find me.
Yeah, we gotta do a better job of just being ourselves, man. Being ourselves and stop being followers. Stop being hippos, contras, and frauds. Stop always looking to follow somebody or follow some type of cult. The same thing you would expect from someone to treat your daughter, your mom, your aunt, all the women that you love. If you're not going to allow a man to do what they're talking about to them, how can you dare say what they're saying is okay? I'm not talking about the stuff that they're talking about that is the truth, because I said this so many times, so I'm going to say it again. The truth is synonymous across the board. It transcends time, it transcends sex, gender, everything. And what they are saying has been here before I was born, before they was born, to any man that is a secure masculine man, the true parts. The emotional stuff that they add to it to bring people to come to their page, the antics and all that type of stuff. That stuff is not important. And that's the stuff that's being carried on along with the truth, and it convolutes everything. You can't be on one side of the spectrum and be on the other side of saying, I hate feminism, but I'm riding with manosphere. No, you need to be riding with trying to provide the family structure to come back together. And that is only going to come with decency and order, not following no manosphere, not following no feminism. We need to get great leadership, great structure, great men, not ones that have trauma and mental illnesses and lack of knowledge. Secure men that was raised to be men by men, that love women. That's what I'm promoting. And not just for my family and not for the women in my family, but for all women. As always, my podcast, Truth is Never Favorite. And as always, love on and with purpose. And that's it.
Y'all know what it is. What's understood don't need to be spoken on. Victor Freeze music. You already know what to do. Much love. Nighthawks out.
Yo, I want to thank each and every one of y'all that helped turn this stream that got 24 people. Later we go into the morning, as more people pop up. This is crazy. You know what I'm saying? So, I might end up doing a all-nighter one night. Peace to Brittany B with the idea. Let them 11-hour streams. Peace to you. But look, man, we had a great night. I appreciate everybody popping in. I appreciate some of the nuggets of love that were thrown out there. And it seemed really, really sincere and authentic in terms of Miss Deb. talking about watching the original show, The Conversations with King. I mean, even before with the Lapeef and, you know, moving on in terms of her progression. And after watching all of those people, her point of progression when she landed, she seems happy with that evolution. Go figure. Evolution is a gradient. Like, so you graduate to the next phase. And in the way that she described it, it almost feels as though she feels like she graduated to us.
Indubitably.
Do you understand? Like, she feels as though she graduated to us, you know? And I know you ain't feeling him right now, Truth. I don't know. You be giving good compliments to me, man. But he put me in the top 40, yo. Like Casey Kasem, like I'm talking some old nigga shit. Casey Kasem, I'm in the top 40, yo.
You already know you're a legend.
You know, I'm finna lie to somebody in the office. I'm finna lie to somebody. I was like, yo, oh, you don't know my show? It's top 40 in Germany.
Top 40.
Turn up. But look, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say, because y'all here with me, so I gotta make sure I say my peace and love. Love you too, Brittany B. You always holding that king of the night, but it will always need a queen. Boom. Hold it down. They can't take your spot. You know what you do. What the funk? I appreciate you, man. And I definitely will do that. I'm gonna do that reaction video and I'm gonna go pull it back. There's been so many freaking shows that I'm actually going back to the beginning. I've been clipping a lot of stuff from the beginning of The Conversation with King. And it's like, damn, I never watched any of those episodes. I did them, did my stream of consciousness and kept it moving. So it's really interesting seeing them now. So I am going to clip it. I'm actually going to talk to Danique, who's one of the moderators, who's also my director of imaging. You see, director of imaging. So, you know, I'm going to give him the heads up on that one. So thank you again. Brittany, you hold it down with the funk. Vaughn Bryant, he's that dude. I appreciate you, Vaughn. You already know. Red Lipstick Vibes Podcast. Do your thing. One of these days you'll jump up and check out, holler at me. Maybe I'll jump on your podcast. You know what I mean? You know, I got to see what your content is about. I don't know if it's like some BDSM stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, I only like to get spanked twice a week. Please and thank you. But anyway, yeah. Best in the world. You woke back up, huh? All right. Sam, who else? Every day with podcasts with Darrell Long. You already know he's up there right now. He finished the Bible. He's doing the reaction video on the Quran right now. Allahu Akbar. Next, who else? CC, CC, Mika Marcel. Hey, you already know. You're in the Queens. You hold it down all the time. Who else we got here? Chris Casimir, I didn't even know you were here. What it do, Chris? I didn't even see you pop in there. And then, of course, we got Truth. And that's where we at right now. So, thank you for joining. Thank you for that. You know, I started off the show. I just came from the office, had, my suit on and stuff. So,
Kingpin.
Thank you for joining the Corporate Chef tonight. It's been real. I'm going to try and do this as much as I can in lieu of my other responsibilities. But like I said, it's not begging or nothing like that. But in order for me to do this thing here, I got a lot of work and I'm taken care of pretty well in terms of where I'm at. So in order for it to be real, especially if I'm the same black man that say that I'm moving in my purpose, I got folks to feed, so I got to make sure that I make wise moves, But in the meantime, until monetization and I'm able to take this thing up there, I'm going to give you guys as much time as possible. Is it to get to the bread? Not even. Even if there was no bread involved, I'm giving y'all that time because it's reciprocal. I talk to y'all. Sometimes it makes me feel like, damn, yo, you really know what the hell you're talking about. Damn, yo, it means something. When you're doing this talking for a bunch, 400, 500, 600 people that work for you, it's not the same. They're going to go like this. Yeah, boss. Yep. It ain't the same. So you got a bunch of strangers that I can't put a nickel in your pocket. And then some of them put nickels in mine. You know what I'm saying? So this is a new feeling. It made me feel like, damn, maybe I really need to think about this. So that's where my head is at right now, man. You know, if you're a part of the movement, I appreciate you. If you want to be a part of the movement, I appreciate you. If you just want to pop in and see what's up, you enjoy it, you don't got to send me a nickel, man. You know what's a good payment? Damn, chef, keep cooking. That was dope. Or I feel you, chef. Or thank you. I'm cool with that. All of that is currency within my universe. You don't give me a nickel, but you tell me thank you. It's going to make me know that I said something right, which is going to make me continue saying it to touch more people. So you give me food or you give me fuel. It is what it is. But either way, I appreciate every single one of you folks that have joined this stream tonight. And the only thing I could say, you know, you could be doing something else. You could be sleeping. But you know what you was doing with us tonight? What were they doing with us tonight, Vic?
Rocking all.
Starts with V.
V.
Yeah. What was they doing with us tonight?
Vibing.
How long?
All night
long.
Boom. And we out.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting down doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. It me change, Jude, me preaching. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop pins. Today on buy and I say, today on buy you the kid play. Baby, tell me what you want. Jude, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pill that we were sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know this shit ain't far. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Pop it, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. It's the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Profit the
all night long. Take your ass to sleep.